welcome to EHEF Indonesia 2020 Goes Online. This is University Webinar Series. My name is Puji and I am going to be moderating this webinar. This webinar is going to be presented by Mr. Liam Ryan from the University of Limerick. Please stay tuned until the end of the webinar because we will hold a Q&A session. If you have any questions about the presentation or anything about related to Ireland's higher education, you can submit your questions in the YouTube live chat section anytime throughout this presentation. Now, please welcome Mr. Liam Ryan. Mr. Liam Ryan, time of floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and I really appreciate the time and the opportunity to present to you guys. So I am just going to share my screen, and we will go from there. Okay, so my presentation is entitled Amazing Experience and Future Success. And I will talk a little bit about the experience of studying in Limerick, in Ireland, and what that means for international students coming from Indonesia. So just a very brief introduction on myself. So my name is Liam, and I am the Southeast Asia Regional Manager for the University of Limerick. I actually am a graduate of UL. So I studied politics and international relations, class of 2006. So I understand the student experience here in Limerick also, as well as working in the university. And basically my entire role, so I'm a full-time staff member, and my entire role is student support for Indonesian students considering studying at UL. So information providing, assistance with visas, with travel, with the whole process. Just to make sure that students are fully informed about what's involved in coming here to Ireland and then supporting them once they're here also. A very brief introduction to Ireland, for those of you that don't know about Ireland. It's an English-speaking country in the European Union. It is the fastest growing economy in Europe, so it's very, very fast growing economy, and that means very good opportunities for you as students when you're studying here. It's known as a center of excellence for tech, for pharma, for medical devices, and for other industries. But the three main ones here in Ireland would be technology, so IT companies, pharmaceuticals, and medical devices. And we have the European headquarters of most of the top companies in the world based their European headquarters here in Ireland. And what that means for you as potential students is that not only can you study here in Ireland, you can work in these companies after you graduate as well. So you get an automatic stay-back visa to work here. Ireland is known as the Silicon Valley of Europe. So we have a huge range of tech firms that are based here. And we've quite a small population, so only about 4 million people. So we don't have enough staff to fill all of our vacancies. So we are looking for international students to study here, but also to work here in Ireland as well. The cost of education, very importantly, is subsidized by the Irish government. So education is pretty much free for Irish students, and it is lower cost of education for international students when compared to, for example, Australia, USA, UK. The cost of education for students in an English-speaking country in Ireland is one of the lowest in the world. So it's quite a good opportunity for students who maybe have limited resources can still study overseas without having to remortgage their parents' house or something like that. So a brief introduction to UL. So University of Limerick, basically anyone in Ireland calls it UL. So I will just call it UL from now on. So the university, it's a public university in Ireland. So run and owned by the Irish government. It is ranked in the top 100 young universities in the world, so quite high rankings in terms of QS, Times Higher Education, etc. We are particularly well known for two things, and the first one is international student experience. So 2019, we were rated #1 in the world for international student experience, and that is kind of the quality of life on campus, you know, the facilities, the support that's given to students. And it's just the overall experience of being on campus in Limerick. We were rated #1 in the world for that, and it's something we're incredibly proud of. The other thing that we focus on is graduate outcomes. So making sure that students who study here in Limerick get into employment after they graduate. We have a number of large programs around that. So we have a very large internship program. We have a careers preparation program for all students, basically making sure that they're ready for a career after they graduate. So we were rated and ranked by Times Higher Education number 3 in Europe for career preparation and graduate employability. So plainly speaking, basically, if you come to Limerick, or if your son or daughter come to Limerick, they will be safe, they will have an enjoyable experience, and they will get a job after they graduate as well. So that's kind of our mission statement, or our whole ethos is supporting students while on campus and ensuring they get into their career after they graduate as well. One of the kind of unique selling points of the university, so this is the only university I've seen offer this in the world. We offer paid 8-month internships for all bachelor degree students. So every single major, every single student in the university will have an opportunity to do an 8-month paid internship. And it's the largest internship program in Europe. So if you come in to do a bachelor's degree, you not only finish with your bachelor's degree, but you also finish with almost 1 year of paid work experience. It's supervised and structured by the university. It's arranged by the university, but you're actually working as a full-time employee of a company in a field related to your studies. So it forms part of your overall grade from your degree. You're supervised and visited by your professors during the internship, but you are working as a substantive employee in the company as well. So what we call a cooperative education. So it's a cooperation between industry and university. Just to give it an idea of average tuition fees. So the overall cost of tuition plus living expenses on average, around 17,000 euros per year. That can be slightly higher or slightly lower depending on the course and where you're living and things like that. But an average kind of cost would be around 17,000 per year, and that would include everything, bills, food, tuition, etc. So we are a comprehensive university arranged into 4 faculties. So our faculties are science and engineering, education and health sciences, arts, humanities and social sciences, and faculty of business. And then within each faculty, we have 19 schools. And each of those schools then offers a range of majors. So they offer, bachelor's, master's, and PhD programs in all of these areas. So in science and engineering, we have a large school of natural sciences, school of engineering, school of design, school of electronic and computer engineering, school of computer science, and a school of mathematics and statistics. So each one of them will have a wide range of degree programs across the board. We have about 300 degree programs, so I'm not going to list through all of them. But our most popular schools in the School of Science and Engineering would be the School of Engineering, so things like aeronautical engineering and manufacturing engineering, and then computer science and information systems. We're home to the Irish Software Research Institute. So it's LERO, which is kind of the biggest software research institute in Ireland, is housed in the University of Limerick. So we're kind of seen as one of the centres of excellence for computer science in Ireland and actually in Europe. Our second faculty is education and health science. And in that we have medicine, physical education and sports science, nursing and midwifery, allied health, psychology and education. Like any school of medicine, it's extremely popular. It's difficult to get into. It's incredibly expensive, but we do offer medicine to students. We run it on the US curriculum. So you would do a 4-year pre-med degree first, and then a 4-year medicine degree afterwards. So it's slightly different to the UK or some of the other Irish universities. We're ranked in the top 50 in the world for physical education and sports sciences, and that's one of our most prestigious schools. Would be kind of sports science and physical education. And then my old faculty, my alma mater, so arts, humanities and social science. We have history, English, Irish and communication, modern languages and applied linguistics, School of Law, politics, public administration, sociology, and then we have a large school of performing arts, so music and dance. And actually within that, we do get a number of Indonesian students each year. We have students doing choreography, doing performance art. We have a Javanese gamelan, believe it or not, in Limerick. And we have a number of students who do world music, world dance, and so on. So that's quite popular. And then finally, our School of Business is AMBAS, Equus, and ACSB accredited, so Triple Crown accreditation, which puts it in the kind of top 1% of business schools in the world. And we offer a wide range of bachelor's, master's, and PhD programs in those areas. If you have specific kind of questions on programs offered or majors, feel free to put those in the chat, and we'll answer those questions after the presentation. Okay, so just what makes us distinctive? So, why choose UL over other Irish or European universities? So as I mentioned, we have the largest internship program in Europe. So every single undergrad student does an 8-month paid internship arranged by the university in a company related to their field of study. #1 international student experience in the world. That's a huge draw. We ensure that students that come to us are supported, are safe, are welcomed, are looked after. Our bachelor degrees and our master's degrees are designed by industry for industry. So because we have such a large internship program, we need to ensure that every student that is on our course is ready to go into work within the 3rd year. So we actually work closely with our industry partners to make sure that the skills being taught match what's actually being used in the sectors of employment as well. Amazing work opportunities here in Ireland. And I think that's a key selling point for Ireland, is actually not just the education piece, and the education piece is fantastic, but the job opportunities here in Ireland are fantastic. And our international students, we have so many success stories of international students coming here to study and then finding work after they graduate. And we're affordable as well, so it's not gonna cost you, $50,000 to study here. It is quite reasonable in terms of cost and return on investment. So our location, so we are located in Limerick, which is the 3rd largest city in Ireland. So we're on the west coast of Ireland, so about 2 hours by bus or by train from Limerick to Dublin, and it's about 1 hour by flight from Limerick to London. So if you wanted to kind of locate where we were exactly in the world, our nearest neighbor is the UK, and we're just off the western coast of mainland Europe. Limerick UL then has 16,000 students. There's 3 universities in Limerick, so there's over 30,000 students in the city, which makes up about 20% of the city. So it's quite a student city, very kind of young, dynamic, artsy environment here. And then we have 3,000 international students in our student body. This year we had eight Indonesian students in UL, so small numbers but growing. We've only recently started kind of advertising actively in Indonesia, so we're hoping that number does grow, and the Indonesian students that are here have fantastic things to say and are really happy with their experience. Just to talk through the structure of our programs. So we have a 4-year bachelor degree structure. You study theory and practical work in year 1 and year 2. We only intake in September for pretty much all of our programs. In year 3, you'll study, you'll do your internship basically. So we swap out an academic semester and we arrange the internship for you in year 3. The salary, as I mentioned, is approximately €2,000 per month. That can be higher or lower depending on the company that you're working for. And then in year 4, you come back in on campus, you complete the program, and you do a research project based on that. You get a 1-year visa stay back automatically after a bachelor's degree. Fees vary between 11 and 16,000 per year, and there's up to €6,000 merit-based scholarships available for undergraduate students. And then for masters, they're a 1-year program. So you study basically for 12 months from September to August. You get a 2-year visa stay back from a master's degree. And then there's an up to €4,000 merit-based scholarship available for our master's programs. And then for potential PhD students, they're normally 4 years in duration. Structured or traditional PhDs are available. And then we do have funding and scholarships available depending on your research topic. And we also have funding through the Dikti scholarship in Indonesia as well. we've a partnership with the Dikti funding agency in Indonesia. Just a very quick case study. So Tim joined us a couple of years ago. He's from Jakarta. He joined into our School of Computer Science. So he did the Computer Science Common Entry program in year 1. And then he decided to do his major. He picked his major of computer games design in year 2. So he received actually merit-based scholarships based on his high grades during year 1 and year 2. And he's currently now on his paid placement in Cisco in Dublin during his 3rd year. So he's had a fantastic experience so far. And we recently actually just got news that Michelle, one of our master's students, just got a permanent job with Facebook European headquarters in Dublin as well. So she's delighted and has a full-time job offer with Facebook headquarters here in Ireland as well. Just to give you an example of campus accommodation, so there's private bedrooms. So the bottom left photo basically would be an example of your own room. So you have your own double bed, you have a study area and a bathroom, and then there would be shared kitchen and living area that would be shared with 2, 4, or 5 other students. So you have your own private bedroom. It's obviously very, very important with the current COVID crisis and so on. But you do basically have then a household in your apartment where you can kind of, you can socialize with the group that you have in your apartment. Cost is between 4,000 and 6,000 euros per year for your own room. There's obviously 24-hour security. There's live-in managers. We have about 4,000 spaces on campus. So most of our international students choose to live on campus if available. This is a cost comparison, so just kind of taking a standard business degree with no scholarship and the average living costs. We took basically similarly ranked universities in UK, USA, Australia, and ourselves, and we did a cost comparison basically. So UL basically came out at about 19,000 euros for pre-scholarship. For the UK, it was about 28,000, so about 10,000 euros more. The US was 48, so hugely double the cost, and Australia was 35, just under 35,000 euros. So you can see quite clearly that the cost of education is actually lower in Ireland. That doesn't necessarily mean that the quality is lower. So one of the things we get is, oh, well, if you're not paying as much tuition, the quality must not be good. But we receive millions of euros of funding per year from the Irish government. So we're a fully funded Irish government university. So as a result, we don't have to charge huge amounts of money for tuition. So the cost of education is subsidized, but for the publicly funded universities here in Ireland. So it's important to note that. I'm nearly finished, so we'll get to questions in a couple of minutes. Just one thing to note is the OECD, which is kind of the economic global think tank, identified the Irish economy as the one that's least impacted globally by the coronavirus pandemic. What that means for you is that you can access excellent post-study work opportunities and the graduate visa scheme. So we have a number of companies that are still hiring and even hiring more staff currently than they were probably 12 months ago. And those are particularly in the areas of computer science, pharmaceuticals, and medical devices. And the reason for that is they're obviously more in demand now than they would have been pre-COVID. So we're in a kind of an unusually lucky kind of area where the companies that are based here are key in the fight versus COVID. So we've actually seen an increase in hiring rather than a decrease, which is unusual. Just to give you an example of some of the kind of stats on those sectors. So 9 of the top 10 ICT companies, 15 of the top 20 medical device companies and so on are all based here in Ireland. So the companies that we have students working in, as you see from Tim, it's Cisco. Michelle's working in Facebook. It's not small fry companies that international students are getting jobs in. They're getting big multinational companies on their CV straight after graduation, which is fantastic. Just a sample of some companies, as I said, that are based here. So, Google, Amazon, Citibank, Microsoft, Apple, Twitter, and so on. Just very, very quickly then. So just to touch on COVID. So Ireland has had quite a strict and successful kind of approach towards COVID. So we've had quite a significant level of lockdown and kind of controls in place. Our teaching is a mixture of online and face-to-face teaching in UL, and safety of students is our number one priority. So during COVID, we've been arranging free airport collections, free accommodation during self-isolation, and the Irish government also provides an income support of €1,400 per month for international students who may have lost part-time jobs. So there's quite a lot of support in place there, and quite a safe environment for students. Our case numbers compared globally are quite low. So there is quite a good, a strict kind of safety measures put in place for students here. So that is pretty much it for me. So in terms of the UL summary, you can expect excellent student experience and happiness, a safe and strong COVID response here in Ireland, high quality industry focused teaching. Pretty much everyone gets internships and industry experience, extremely high graduate employment rates, and affordable and high quality. So we can move to the questions. If you are interested, I'll leave my colleagues' details. So we have a representative based in Indonesia. So Yeni is here to help with questions, but also if you are interested, you can contact Yeni either through WhatsApp or through email, and I'll leave those details up while we answer some questions.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Liam Ryan, for your presentation. It was a very insightful introduction to University of Limerick and how to study at the so-called Silicon Valley of Europe with Japanese gamelan in the campus. Nonetheless, that's very exciting.
Absolutely.
Now,
yes. I've actually tried it out myself. I'm not so good, but I'm learning slowly.
Well, that's there for a reason, for you to also try it, and probably practice more often.
Exactly.
So let's begin with the Q&A session. We already have a few questions. So the first one is about funding, actually. So you mentioned about Dictee scholarship. Is there any other funding opportunities? Specifically, the audience is questioning for the master's degree on communications.
Yeah, it's a good question. So we have a number of kind of scholarship routes for our postgrad students. So every single postgraduate student is automatically considered for what we call the UL Global Scholarship. So that is a merit-based scholarship. So when a student applies to the university, they're automatically considered for admission and for scholarship at the same time. So they don't need to make a separate application for that scholarship. And a decision on that is based on their academic record from their bachelor's degree or whatever their background is. That's worth up to a value of €4,000. And then we also have the Government of Ireland Scholarship Programme. So that is a 100% scholarship. And that requires basically first having an offer letter from UL, and then you would make an application. So it's kind of a competitive application into the Government of Ireland Scholarship Scheme. Other than that, then there is obviously kind of external companies, funding agencies like Dictee. We're not on the LPDP list, so if there is students planning to study through LPDP, we aren't on that specific list as well. So, but obviously the Dictee funding is one good way. But our UL Global Scholarship and the Government of Ireland Scholarship are probably the two most common funding routes.
All right, I see. That's actually very encouraging. So those of you who are interested in applying, you have opportunities for applying for scholarships as well. So next is related to registration. So what about Indonesian high school students graduate who would like to apply with their degree certificate? And for those with IB or A-levels curriculum, can they apply with their prediction score?
Yep, that's a very good question. So for the Indonesian high school, you basically have two application routes. So if you finished SMA 3, basically you can choose to go directly onto our bachelor's degree, and with that you would need an IELTS of 6.5, but you would also need to sit an SAT exam. So you do SMA 3 plus SAT plus IELTS, and you go straight onto first year of our bachelor degree program. The other route basically is a foundation route. So students can do SMA 3 and then can choose to do a foundation program either in Limerick we have a foundation program taught on campus by the university. We also have a partnership with Raffles College in Jakarta. So you can do the foundation either in Jakarta or in Limerick. That requirement, basically, there's an IELTS of 5.0. There's no need for SAT or anything like that. You basically just go straight from SMA 3 onto foundation, and then progress onto the bachelor's degree after that. So there's kind of two entry routes for the Indonesian students. It depends on if you want to do a foundation year or not, and that does give kind of students a little bit more flexibility. It's normally students who maybe need to improve their English language will do the foundation year. Students who already have fantastic IELTS of 6.5 or 7 or something like that will often choose to do the SAT entry route to save a year of time for themselves. For IB and A levels, yes, students can apply with their predicted grades, and we will give you a conditional offer letter based on predicted grades, and then you just send your final scores through once you get them in the summer. Our entry requirements are quite kind of clear on our website, but for IB, normally it's a score of 28 or above. And for A levels, it's a BBC or above, basically, for most programs. There is a couple of more competitive programs that require higher scores, but the majority are kind of in around that level. So as long as your predicted grades show that score or higher, then you're fine. You should be able to enter.
All right, that sounds lovely. We have more question again on applying for postgraduate degree. So can you apply for a master's or PhD study program that's different from your previous degrees?
Yes. So in each of our faculties, we have, I'm not sure what the formal name for them is, but we in the recruitment team call them major changers, just because it sounds good. But basically, they are programs that are designed for, so for example, in our School of Business, we have a Master's of Business Management, which is designed for non-business graduates, basically. So you can change your major from chemical engineering to business, or you can add a kind of a different kind of element or different qualification to your portfolio. So the short answer is yes. But it does depend on the course. So there is some courses that are kind of, very specialist, and they kind of go down a deep dive into a specific area. Those would often require if you're doing a master's in artificial intelligence, you would need a bachelor's of computer science, basically, to do that. But we do have a number of major changers, and one of those at least in each of our faculties. So we do offer quite a range of options for students. For that particular student, I would maybe recommend to contact myself or Yenny directly with the course that they're considering, and we can advise them on whether that's possible or not, given their background.
All right, thank you for the insight. So more question on application. People are quite interested in applying. So someone wrote on YouTube saying that I have a mental health research project and I am interested to take it as a topic for PhD in UL. Could you explain how to apply? Also, is there any funding for PhD research?
Yeah, good question. So we have a large school of psychology. And they do offer quite a wide range of PhD programs. I kind of touched on it very briefly during the presentation, but we offer two types of PhD. So the first one is a traditional PhD, where you would have a research topic. You would send it into our research department here in the university, and you just basically check UL research. So you would send the research topic to them. They would help you find a potential supervisor in the university. And if there's a match made, basically, then you would apply for your PhD and they would become your PhD supervisor. A structured PhD, and we have those in our School of Psychology, is you apply for that kind of like a master's application. So you would send your academic profile through. The first year of the PhD, you would do taught modules. So along kind of mental health or psychology or whatever that might be. You would also do modules kind of on on how to structure a PhD program, how to kind of develop a research topic. And then during that first year, you would also identify and match with a PhD supervisor. So if your preference is to kind of study a specific topic that you've already developed a research topic for, then go the traditional route. Whereas if you kind of want to get guidance on, you know, how to structure that, you want more time to actually study the topic and then spend the rest of the area researching, then a structured PhD may be a better fit. So oftentimes students who've done a master's already will prefer to go on to a traditional PhD. If a student has just done a bachelor's maybe and doesn't really have lots of information on the research process, then a structured PhD can be a better option for them.
All right. So we have one more question on registration, and then we have other things to talk about as well. Okay, so last question on registration is for postgraduate students. Do applicants need to include recommendation from their employer or former lecturers as one of the compulsory recommendation letters?
Okay, excellent. Good questions all around. So the recommendation letters can come from either employers or academic. We are quite understanding to say, you know, if somebody has been studying maybe 10 years ago, for them to get a recommendation letter from their professor is close to impossible. So ideally, if they've just finished university, then they would have at least one academic reference. And then either the second can be from employment or volunteering, or it can be from academic. So it can be a mixture of either one of each, two of one, and then if they've just graduated, you know, they're not going to have two professional references. So ideally one academic and then one other reference is kind of the preferred. The other documents that we do require for postgrad, so we normally look for a CV, 2 letters of recommendation, a personal statement, so kind of a 1-page personal statement, just kind of summarizing their background and what interests them in this particular program, and then obviously English language proof if they require it.
All right, thank you for that. It's nice to hear there's that level of flexibility that would suit everyone from different stages of life, looking forward to pursuing higher education. So next questions are about life as international students in Limerick. So how is the first months of, for international students at EWAL going to be like in terms of common challenges, things to adapt with, and how to get used to the education system, especially coming from Indonesia, things might be pretty different.
It's a fantastic question. So one of the things we put in place, and we understand that obviously that moving halfway across the world, you're changing culture, you're changing climate, you're changing language, you're changing, a whole range of different things. That we do realize that students need a bit more support. So we have what's in place is the first 7 weeks program. So basically, the week that students arrive, or well, actually in this case, 2 weeks due to COVID, but the week or 2 weeks basically when students arrive into Ireland, there is a detailed orientation program. So it will go through everything from academic, the differences in what academic teaching is like here in the university, to how to cook meals, how to take part in different sports, and all that. So there's quite a detailed 7-week orientation program that's in place in the university, and that's something that kind of brings people out of their shell, lets them settle in a little bit easier. In terms of the kind of main challenges, I think one of the big things that people struggle with coming from Indonesia is the climate. So it's a little bit cooler than it is in Indonesia. The weather changes much more frequently. So it can be sunny in the morning, it can be raining in the afternoon, it can be windy in the evening. So we do kind of we send out emails and information kind of prior to arriving in Ireland to have the right clothing, have the right kind of equipment. The other difference is from a teaching perspective, we kind of the model of teaching in Ireland is much more based on independent learning. So students are given, they're given a question or a problem. They're given kind of the framework and how to solve the problem, but they're never given the answer. So they have to kind of come up with their own solution and then basically justify that solution. And that can be a big change from the teaching models in some countries. So we do kind of we do work with them in the first couple of weeks to say, listen, this is what's expected of you. You know, there's no such thing as a wrong answer as long as you can justify it and you're able to stand up and defend your hypothesis. Then that's kind of okay. So there is a little bit of kind of a culture shock there when, you know, I think they're coming in expecting to be told what to do, where they're basically kind of given a little bit more freedom than they would have had before. It's hard at the very start, but actually it does develop very strong skills. So when you're in a workplace, there's never a manual, there's never an answer sheet, there's never anything like that. So you need to actually kind of develop your own kind of independent learning and independent thinking, because it's much more relevant in the workplace. So there is a justification behind it, but it can be kind of strange when you're coming all the way across the world to study, and the teachers aren't giving you the answers. It can be quite frustrating, I would imagine. So we do kind of address that and acknowledge that that's going to happen during the first couple of weeks.
All right, thank you. So I think it's very heartwarming, to say the least, when you're in a country in a much colder climate compared to your home country, then you have like a welcoming weeks, 7 weeks. That's very exciting. So it really gives you plenty of opportunities to get around, to get to know your neighborhood as well. That's
absolutely
pretty exciting. We have more questions on registrations. So some people are asking about full scholarship opportunities for master's degrees. There's one asking about transfer program for associate degree to bachelor degree in UL for architecture, and about master's degree for medicine, and whether or not there's a fully funded scholarship available for that.
Okay, so for fully funded master's programs, the best one to apply for is the Government of Ireland Scholarship. So with that, you would apply to UL first, get an offer letter, and then you use that offer letter to apply for the Government of Ireland Scholarship. So that basically covers all of your tuition fees plus a €10,000 living expense stipend. It is a competitive application though, so I think there's 60 scholarships offered per year. So that would be kind of the main full scholarship to apply for. The transfer student to transfer from associate to bachelor's, that is accepted. So we would basically need to do kind of assess it on a case-by-case basis, but we can accept transfer students to join into the university. I would suggest maybe emailing Jenny at the email address there, and we can get that in process just to see which year they land into. And the third question, I'm after forgetting. What was the third question again?
Maybe I can add some.
Yes, please.
Yeah, in regards of the associate degree from the university in Indonesia, if you like to transfer to University of Limerick, the important things that you need to give the syllabus, and you have to request from your we call decan from the university, and maybe you can put everything, all the subjects you have done, and university UL will assess all the subjects and how many subject or exemption you will get. Either you will study another year or maybe another 2 years, and depends on the major and the syllabus as well. Okay.
Yeah. Thanks, Jenny.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Jenny, for the further explanation. So another question we have is about, so someone from YouTube asked, does Ireland have an exchange of bachelor degree? Which I would assume it's exchange program for bachelor degree.
Yeah, so we have so for current students, we have basically outbound and inbound exchange. So we would have exchange programs with lots of universities around the world. So I'm guessing they're a current student in an Indonesian university that wants to do a semester in UL is my guess. Yes, we do accept those applications. It depends on the university that they're coming from, whether we have an arrangement in place with them already. If we do, then we can accept an exchange agreement. If we don't, then we do also offer a study abroad semester, so students can just do a semester here and then transfer their credits back to their home university if they wish to do so as well.
Right. Thank you very much. That concludes our Q&A session. Thank you very much, Mr. Liam and Ms. Yenny, for attending for delivering the information on this webinar. And just a reminder, you can also connect with Ms. Yenny at educationIreland.my for further information. I would like to also remind the audience of this webinar that EHEF 2020 will hold virtual fair on Friday and Saturday, where you can consult directly with the university representatives, and you can access the virtual fair through event.ehef.id. Thank you for watching, and see you in our next session with Limerick Institute of Technology.
Thank you so much. See you guys.
Thank you so much. See you.
Bye-bye.
Hello, welcome to EHEF Indonesia 2020 Goes Online. This is University Webinar Series. My name is Puji and I'm going to be moderating this webinar. This webinar is going to be presented by Limerick Institute of Technology. We already have the representative of Limerick Institute of Technology. Hello.
Hi, how are you? Thank you very much for having me.
All right, welcome, lovely to meet you. Would you like to introduce yourself to the audience?
Yes, so my name is Karen McAvinue. I am the Asia Regional Manager here at Limerick Institute of Technology in Ireland. I'd also like to welcome Yeni, who is from MEC, who is our partner in Indonesia, who will be assisting with Q&A at the end. And am I ready to go?
Yeah, just a little bit of message before we can start. For the audience, please stay tuned until the end of the webinar because we will hold a Q&A session. And if you have any questions about the presentation or anything related to Ireland's higher education, you can submit your questions in the YouTube live chat section anytime throughout the presentation. And now please welcome Ms. Karen McAdney.
Perfect, thank you very much. So like I mentioned, my name is Karen McAvinue from Limerick Institute of Technology, and I'm here today to tell you about some of the amazing graduate opportunities you can get from studying right here at LIT in Ireland. So I think a lot of you already might not be very familiar with Ireland, so I'm going to tell you a little bit about Ireland, about Limerick, and about LIT. And I'll start off by basing where we are in the world. So you'll see here our map of Europe, and you'll see Ireland right beside the UK. Now we're not part of the UK, which is key to remember. And in Ireland, we are in the southwest, in a really, really beautiful region. You'll get a peek of it in a moment here. Ireland isn't a very big country physically. So where we're based, Limerick in that red area, it's just about 2 hours from our capital city of Dublin. So it means that, you know, while you're studying here, you can travel, you can see the whole country, and it really is very accessible for you to kind of travel around and experience all of Ireland while you study here. So why would you choose Ireland? Why is Ireland the best choice for studying abroad? So, well, first of all, Ireland is a proud member of the European Union. So we're not taking part in Brexit, we are staying in the EU. We are actually the largest English-speaking country in the European Union. These two things are very important because it just means a lot of companies are coming to us for investment. We have a lot of European headquarters based in Ireland, which means lots of opportunities for you. We're also world recognized for our excellence in education. So that means when you get a degree or a master's degree from Ireland, it's recognized all around the world. And no matter where you go, people know it's a really high quality degree to get. So like I mentioned earlier, because we're a member of the European Union, we are home to many of the world's most successful globally traded companies. So Google, Facebook, Apple, and many, many more companies all have their European headquarters right here in Ireland, and they're always seeking our graduates. We are also the second largest exporter of software in the world. And we are the second largest exporter of medical technology in Europe. So again, really, really great opportunities, particularly in these areas, which we have many, many programs in. We're among the top 10 safest countries in the world. So for any parents who are, you know, concerned about their child studying so far away, they can rest easy knowing Ireland is a very, very safe country to live in. And again, about the opportunities that Ireland offers you, we offer a minimum 12-month post-study work permit for international students. That can go right up to 2 years then if you do a master's degree. And what that means is that when you finish your degree, there are no conditions. You can stay for at least 12 months seeking a job, starting your career. And if you want to stay even longer than that, you can apply for a work permit after that. But at least that means you'll get your international work experience at least for 12 months after you graduate. As well as that, you can work part-time while you study, up to 20 hours per week. So, you know, if you want to have a little bit of extra money, you know, for maybe traveling when we're able to travel again, or to put towards your living costs, you can work part-time. And Ireland does offer a very high minimum wage. It's about €10.30 per hour at the moment. And I do believe it's actually due to possibly go up soon. But we offer a very generous minimum wage here in Ireland that can, work really, really well for students. So then you've chosen Ireland. Why are you going to choose Limerick City to study in? So Limerick is Ireland's third largest city. So we're a nice busy place to live, and we are the commercial capital of the Midwest region. We're located only 15 minutes away from an international airport, so very easy to access from around the world. We're within Europe's top 10 cities in attracting investment, growth, and opportunity. So again, it's all about thinking ahead when you're graduating, and Limerick is a really, really great place to do that because we have a huge amount of investment and are seeking graduates. We were awarded the European City of the Future in 2017, and we've been globally recognised by UNESCO for learning excellence. So just, some key points about why Limerick is just such a great city to learn in. We're also very much a student-oriented city. So 20% of our population in Limerick City are students. So it means lots and lots of friends for you to meet, a really lively atmosphere, as well as that we're a very old but young city. So you'll see in our picture here, our medieval castle, that's at the center of our city. So physically, it's a very, very old city with amazing culture and amazing things to see. But nearly 50% of our population are under 35. So it's a very young population in the city. So again, lots of, friends to be made and people to meet while you study there. And a key and crucial part of why Limerick City is an amazing place to study is that has lower living costs compared to other Irish cities. So it's up to 50% more affordable than our capital city of Dublin. So your money goes much, much further in Limerick City. So you can, do your part-time job and earn your living costs, and it'll go far, far further than it might in other Irish cities. So then why LIT? Why would you want to study LIT? And there are many, many reasons why you should consider LIT to study. So we are one of the fastest growing colleges in Ireland. And actually studying in LIT in 2021 is a really exciting time to come and study with us because we are actually scheduled to become a technological university in September 2021. So you'll be applying to study at LIT, but you'll actually be graduating from Ireland's next technological university. So it's a really exciting opportunity for you to be part of this really, really exciting journey for us. We currently have almost 7,000 students across 120 courses from bachelor's right up to PhD. So you can have your full educational journey at LIT. And some of the nice aspects as well are that we have smaller class sizes and active learning, a practical approach to study. So this means you get, really concentrated attention from your lectures. You're learning by doing. So rather than, being in a lecture theatre of maybe 200 students and, hearing about the theory of, what you'd be doing in a job, you're in a class of no more than 15, 16 students and learning by actually doing what you'd be doing in your job. You've amazing access to your lecturers. So if you have any issues at all, that means, they're right there to help you with anything that you might need help with. We also offer built-in mandatory work placements in most of our programs. So again, it's all about the learning by doing and then putting it to use. So in the third year of your program, you get to go out and go on a work placement and actually practice what you've been learning as part of your program. And that all just makes you a really, really attractive graduate to employers. All of our programs are industry-led then. So it means when we're designing our programs, we're asking the industry, what do they want from a graduate? And we're making sure that we're delivering it on our programs. All of these things added together lead to us having the highest employment rate for an institute outside of Dublin. So, paired with our lower living costs, having that city life and an incredibly high employment rate, LIT really is an excellent place to choose to study. So a little bit more about us then. We have a number of campuses. We are a multi-campus institute. So depending on what you're studying, you'd be studying in different parts of the Midwest of Ireland. So Moylish is our main campus, and it's home to our Faculty of Applied Science, Engineering and Technology, and our Faculty of Business and Humanities. It's also where I'm based. So if you ever need to meet me, then you can come meet me there. Clare Street then is our art and design campus. So it's home to our world-renowned School of Art and Design. Our fashion program has been named in the top 50 in the world. So it's, if you are interested in art and design type programs, LSAD is truly one amazing place to study. Then we have our smaller satellite campuses. So Thurles is located about 1 hour from Limerick City, and it's focused on sports, our state-of-the-art sports facilities. Clonmel then is our hub of creative technology. So digital animation production, game art and design, these types of programs are taking place in Clonmel. And Cuna is our brand new campus, which is due to open, all going well. Hopefully COVID doesn't slow it down too much. It is due to open hopefully next year. So I'll give a quick run through of our programs that we offer as well. I won't go through everything in detail, but you can see some of our offerings and the departments that we have. So in our Faculty of Business and Humanities, we have a Department of Business and Financial Services, which has things like accounting and finance and your straight business programs. Our faculty, then our Department of Sport, Leisure and Tourism has event management, sports management, culinary arts, some really great programs focused on these kind of tourism, leisure areas where you might have some interest in that. Then our Department of Applied Social Science. So if you're interested in something like early childhood care and education or social care work, this is the department for you. And our Department of Marketing, Enterprise and Digital Communications. So things like digital marketing, enterprise and innovation. Then our Limerick School of Art and Design. Our first year of Art and Design is quite a unique program. So if you're coming from high school and you want to study art and design, you don't actually have to make your decision on what you want to major in straight away. You can do our first year of Art and Design, which gives you the opportunity to try all 8 of these disciplines listed on the screen in front of you. So you can try painting, photography, print, sculpture, ceramics, animation, graphics, and fashion. You get to try all 8 of these for the first semester of your first year. Then you'll choose your top 3. And after you then do your second semester of the top 3, you choose one major that you'll do for the next 3 years and get your ultimate degree in. And it's just great because it means that, some students aren't certain of what they want to study beforehand, so they can try everything. And some students really do think they know what they want to do, but they actually then decide after trying different things that, maybe I thought I wanted to do fashion, but I actually really love graphic design or photography, and they can then continue and do their major in that. We then also offer some ab initio programs, so programs that from year 1 to 4 are the same program. So fashion and textiles, creative broadcast and film production, visual effects for film and TV. Limerick is a really exciting place to study these type of kind of film and broadcast programs because we actually have Europe's largest indoor film studio right here in Limerick City. So, it's a great place where you can get your work experience and, start your career. Then our largest faculty is our Faculty of Applied Science, Engineering and Technology. In this, we have our Department of Applied Sciences. So like I mentioned, medical technology and pharmaceuticals are 2 huge industries in Ireland, and our programs do reflect that. So you have your medical technology, your pharmaceutical science, then you have some really relevant ones at the moment, like your environmental science and climate. So really exciting programs in our Applied Sciences department. Then another massive one is our Department of Information Technology. So again, a huge industry in Ireland. And our programs are always making sure they're keeping up to date with the latest developments. So something more general like software development, or something more focused, maybe like data analytics and cybersecurity, where there's a growing need for these areas in companies these days. Then our Department of Built Environment. These programs are really interesting because the first 4 programs you see there, construction management, quantity surveying, property valuation, and civil engineering management, they all offer a 12-month paid work placement in year 3 of the program. So it means, you're like learning by doing for your first 2 years, but in year 3, you're getting a full 12 months of work experience. And that work experience actually goes towards your chartership as well. So it's a really invaluable work experience. And then we have some other really exciting areas like architectural technology is a brand new program interior design, energy management, or other great programs in this area. Then our engineering areas, so electrical, electronic, and mechanical and automobile engineering. Again, you'll see some very relevant programs currently, like renewable energy and precision engineering. So some really, really exciting areas that are very relevant in Ireland. And of course, we offer postgraduate programs as well. So you can complete your bachelor's at LIT and go on to a master's. So in our business and humanities, you can do things like marketing and management strategy. We have a brand new master's actually now in data analytics, which is, you know, one of the fastest growing areas for employment in the world. We also offer some art and design masters, so interdisciplinary design practice, and applied science, engineering and technology. We have a Master of Science in quantity surveying and higher diplomas in computing with software development. We've run through all of our programs there, but what do you need to access these programs? So our entry requirements, so we have a foundation program. So if students haven't met the year one entry requirements by their grades, they can do our foundation program. Our year one IELTS requirement is 5.5. Anything past year one is 6.0. Then in terms of academics, we seek a 70% average at your high school examination for year one entry. Advanced entry, we do offer advanced entry and, you know, transfers from diplomas or bachelors from Indonesia, and it is a case-by-case basis. So we just seek that there's suitable mapping into the program. And then for access to our master's programs, we seek a 3.0 GPA. And then, you know, once you've met the entry requirements and you know you want to come to LIT, how much does it cost to study here? So our undergraduate bachelors are €10,250, and our master's degrees go up to 11,250, which is highly, you know, affordable for a master's degree in an English-speaking country. We do offer scholarships and bursaries. So students who pay all fees before May 1st, 2021 are eligible for a €1,000 reduction in their fees. We do also have a limited number of merit-based president scholarships of an additional €1,000. So you can reduce your fees by up to 20% through these scholarships. Then we'll look at the overall cost of living for an undergraduate student. So we include our tuition fees at the full cost with no scholarships. Accommodation for a full year, that's inclusive of your utilities and bills and things like that. Your immigration registration, you do have to register with the Immigration Bureau in Ireland when you arrive here. And health insurance, you know, you're required to have health insurance as part of your visa requirements to study in Ireland. And things like your food and your social life, these can go up or down depending on the life you want to live, but this is the average from speaking to our students, what they're spending on their food and social life. And you're looking at an annual total of just less than €18,000. That can again go down by your scholarship, so you can reduce it by €2,000 on a scholarship. And you can, of course, work part-time. Like I mentioned, it's over €10 per hour to work part-time here in Ireland. So that will very much make a massive dent in your living costs. So then what kind of accommodation are we offering? So our preferred accommodation partners are Thomond Student Village and Cratloe Student Village, and you'll see images of them here. They are private accommodation providers adjacent to our main campus here in Moylish, and it can be booked online, and it makes it a very straightforward process. We also do have private accommodation as well, if students do want to do that, and you can find more information about that on our website. Of course, students aren't only studying just to study, they do want an entire student experience. And you do have an amazing student experience at LIT. We have an absolutely fantastic international society who are highly involved and have been a great support to our students, even during these times of COVID, where maybe you can't meet physically as much. They're doing lots of online events and online competitions. Right now, they're running a Foods of the World kind of competition where everyone's baking their national dish and submitting it for a competition. So some really great things, even in times of COVID, to support the student experience. We have great student ambassadors who help our students when they first arrive into Ireland, help give them advice on, you know, getting familiar with the city, where to buy your food, where to buy your raincoats, because some students come unprepared for the change in weather. But they're right there to help with all of our students as they arrive in Ireland. So, you know, we can promise a really great student experience here at LIT for our international students. So then what is the application process? How do you apply to study right here at LIT? So you complete an application form and submit the required documents. I'll share our partner in Indonesia, Yeni, I'll share her email address, and she actually assists with this entire application process. But just to give a quick overview of what it entails up. So you complete the application form and submit the requirement documents. If successful and you've met our entry requirements, you will receive what's called a conditional offer letter from LIT. So that will give you, you know, hold your place on condition of you paying your fees or maybe meeting final English language requirements. Then you will place a €500 deposit, which is against your fees, so it comes off of your fees. You'll place that deposit within 30 days to secure your place. We'll hold your place for 30 days, but after 30 days, it could be given away to someone else if a deposit hasn't been placed down. Then after that, you pay your full fee to receive your full offer letter. And your full offer letter then allows you to apply for your visa. The visa is processed in Jakarta, so it makes it a far faster process than it was previously. So, you know, I would recommend paying your full fee sooner rather than later, even if it is a faster process, but it definitely does help, and you get your €1,000 reduction in your fees. So that is from me today, all from me today, and I welcome any questions that anyone might have. This is our information. So I have Yeni's information here if you are in Indonesia and want to seek more information from her, and we have her Instagram and our website as well. So if you do want to head start on your career, make it LIT. There are some great opportunities for you here.
Thank you very much, Ms. Karen, for your presentation. It was such an insightful introduction to Limerick Institute of Technology and how to study there. So now let's begin with the Q&A session. First question is about the registration. We have a question from the audience on YouTube asking for those in their final year of high school, can they start their bachelor degree right away, or do they need to take an additional year for pre-uni? I understand that from your presentation, it was more about English requirements, but is there any other things that people need to know?
Yeah, so we will accept students from once they've completed year 12 in high school, and we'll accept them into year 1 of our programs. It's just a 70% average that we seek for year 1 entry. So no, we don't require a foundation year if they have met our entry requirements. If they have fallen below that, then they can do a foundation year. But once you're above 70% average, you can apply to study straight away in year 1.
Right, that's
maybe I can.
Yes, please, Ms. Yeni.
Okay, actually, yes, you are right, Karen. I mean, as Karen mentioned, that the entry requirements for grade 12 students is the average of 70 from grade 12. I mean, grade 12 result. But actually, it is Karen will give you a full offer once you finish your high school result, which is from national exam. So once you get it, and you will get the full offer, but you can submit from now if you are interested to study in LIT with grade 12 semester 1 result. You might apply from now with the average 70 from your semester 1. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Karen, Ms. Yeni. So more question. There's one for computer science program. Is there any sandwich program for the computer science program in which students can have work experience in companies?
Yes, like I mentioned, all of our programs, virtually all of our programs do offer a work placement in the 3rd year of the program. So the length will depend on the program, but typically it's 3 to 6, possibly 9 months of work placement. So yes, all of our students do get work experience as part of their program on computer science and other areas.
All right, thank you. So Ms. Yeni earlier have already clarified about application for Indonesian high school graduate with their final exam letters scores. Yeah. But what about those with IB or A-level curriculum? Can they apply with prediction score?
Yes. They are
Okay.
able to apply from the predicted result, and LIT will give you the conditional offer. Once you get the actual result, then LIT will give you a full offer.
Right. Okay, so that's that for the bachelor degree related registration questions. So for postgraduate degrees, do applicants need to include recommendation letter from their employers or former lecturers?
Yes, it will absolutely aid with your application to include a letter of recommendation. So we would recommend, and also if you're applying for a business master's, a letter of motivation is encouraged as well from the student. So to why they want to study what they're studying, we often encourage a letter of motivation. This can also assist in your eligibility for a scholarship as well.
Right. So, Ms. Karen, you've already mentioned in your presentation about available scholarship opportunities. And when it comes to funding, other than that, is there any other scholarship opportunities available, especially for Indonesian students to study at LIT?
Yes, so I suppose the main one that is most popular is the Government of Ireland scholarship. It does offer a full fee waiver and actually an additional living stipend for students. So that opens, I think, early next year will open. So you actually need to apply to study with us before that, and then you apply through a separate portal for the Government of Ireland. Apologies, I need to take a drink of water. You can that would be probably the most popular one would be the Government of Ireland scholarship scheme, which does offer a full fee waiver and living stipend as well.
All right. So that's wonderful. Now that we have had questions on registration answered, we would like to have to move on to another theme of the questions, which would be the life as international students in Limerick. So how is the first month for international students at LIT going to be like in terms of common challenges, things to adapt with, and how to get used to the education systems?
Yeah, so like I mentioned earlier, we're very lucky in LIT that it's very much about small classes. So even in your first weeks, you're in quite a small class size. So if you are finding it challenging, your lecturers are very accessible. You can, approach them if something is challenging for them in the first few weeks. It can be a very different learning environment than they may have had in Indonesia. So it can take some adjusting to, but the support systems are there. The other support system would be the kind of peer support. So from our other international students, we find they're the best help for our new students to help settle in. So we do have, like I mentioned, a great international society who always assist us with our international orientation at the beginning of the year. And they'll run lots of events to, introduce students to each other, help you settle in, make friends, learn the ropes of living in Ireland. We try and give as much guidance as we can, but the peer-to-peer support is the best support that a student can have, where they learn from other students who've been here for a couple of years. They say, no, this is where you can buy the cheapest groceries, or if you want some treats from home, we actually know the best shop in Limerick City where you can get Indonesian food, and they can guide students with that to help them settle a bit more. But yeah, it's LIT is very much about being a community. So, we offer supports for, educationally. So in the small class sizes, that lectures are very accessible. And then in the international society and our student ambassadors who support our new students entering and guide them through their first few months here.
Right, thank you. So there's another question about how life as international students is like, particularly during this COVID-19 pandemic time. How is it going to look like, or at least what you wish it's going to look like in the next academic year?
So at the moment, like you say, we're in the middle of COVID. We're very lucky in LIT that we have still been able to run some face-to-face classes. So like I mentioned earlier, we're very much about practical learning. So, and because there are small class sizes, it has allowed us to run still some practical classes. So students are doing some of their classes online, but some classes in person. Ultimately, our hope is that students will be able to go back 100% face-to-face, and as soon as it is safe to do so, that's what we will be returning to. Also, as I mentioned before, in September 2021, we're actually going to become a new entity, which is a Next Technological University of Ireland. So there will be changes in that side of things as well, that it'll actually be a new institute that will be teaching. But we'll still be very much focused on our small class sizes, our access to lectures, and our practical learning. That's why we're a technological university, because we'll follow that ethos. But ultimately, we hope that we can return fully to face-to-face, teaching. That's our ultimate aim. But like even at this stage, where many institutes have gone fully online, LIT has been able to manage some classes still practically on campus, and kept the campus open for students in the safest manner. So we have kept it as safe as possible for staff and students, and still allowed access to classes for smaller practical classes as well. So even no matter what the stages, we've managed to kind of have a balance where the students' education is the ultimate priority.
Right, thank you. That's actually very encouraging to hear, because with plenty of uncertainties around us, it's going to be pretty encouraging for people to see how things at LIT is being run right now, and what you're looking forward to have, especially with you're going to have another campus next year. And another question is on the part-time opportunities. As you've mentioned that there are ample of part-time job opportunities around the campus, and in general, how does it look like in Ireland right now during the pandemic, and to what extent it can cover living expenses?
Yeah, so Ireland has a very resilient economy. So we've been through a very tough, sorry, my voice, and we've been through a very tough recession before, and we have bounced back. And again, we're still very resilient, and we're a very agile economy, where we, while times are difficult at the moment, and many companies are temporarily closed, as soon as it is safe to do so, they will be opening again. I still do have a lot of students who are working part-time. A lot of supermarkets right now are, they're very, very busy, and they're seeking extra workers. So where students might have normally worked part-time in a restaurant, they'll now be, to have taken on a job elsewhere. But in addition to this, any student who did have a part-time job before the pandemic hit, they're actually still being supported by the Irish government. So the Irish government, anyone who lost a job during, COVID-19, whether they're an international student, an Irish student, no matter where they're from, once they had a job before it, they actually got a support of €350 from the Irish government to help with their living costs. So they weren't forgotten about. The Irish government very much values our international students, and understands that many of them take on part-time jobs, and they still help to support them during this crisis. So, well, if some students haven't gotten a part-time job yet since they've returned, they still have been able to be supported by the Irish government.
All right, thank you. So let's look out on the future for a bit and answer questions on life after graduation. So we have a question on the job opportunities like after graduation from LIT, and would there be any on-campus recruitment, or how can the students or recent graduates make use of the support to find employment?
Absolutely. So number one is that we do have a dedicated careers office to help students find their pathways after they graduate. So we have a huge number of industries who will come to our campus seeking our graduates. And we have a number of graduate fairs throughout the year So for students in the final year of their program, they can meet with these employers and talk with them about potential job opportunities afterwards. Another one is that many of our students, for example, our quantity surveying students, they have gone on placement for their third year, and while on the placement, they've actually received a job offer from the company they're working with after they graduate. So they know that they have a guaranteed job. They return for their final year and then have a job guaranteed after they graduate. So the work placement can be a real step on the ladder in building the connections. And, you know, if your employer really sees potential in you, they will offer you a job after you finish. It's happened with a great number of our students. In addition to this, all of our lecturers, virtually all of our lecturers, have come from industry. So they all have connections in the industry as well. So, you know, if you have a great relationship with your lecturer, then they can assist you with their connections that they know. I know Dave, who works in engineering, and he's seeking a graduate. I'll link you up with him for an interview. Do you know that those kind of things? So because we're so industry focused, there's huge number of opportunities. So like I mentioned, LIT does offer the highest graduate employment opportunities in Ireland outside of Dublin. So it's you know, really great opportunities for our students here, and it is something we really focus on.
Right. Actually, it's really encouraging to hear that you have that level of industry connection. So people who are just graduated, they don't really have to worry that much about life after graduation, especially during the pandemic. It could be pretty challenging, probably even more so, to actually look for a job as a fresh graduate, and that's actually something that is experienced all over the world. How is this the Career Center, for example, have been giving support for the recent graduates?
Yeah, so I suppose they have just amped everything up, and they're just doing a huge amount of online. So they're still running their graduate fairs, but they're just doing them in an online capacity. They'll do CV workshops, interview workshops, anything to help train a student to, you know, do their best when they do get their interview opportunities, and to make sure that they can get those interview opportunities. We have an alumni network on LinkedIn that we link all of our students in with, and, you know, that can help link them in then with employers as well. So it's, you know, still working just as hard, but it's just in an online capacity at this stage. But as again, many of our students are still, they're going on getting their graduate job offers. They just might be, you know, doing a few weeks training and working from home a little bit at the moment, but they're still absolutely getting the job opportunities.
All right. So in relation to that, for you know, like for recent graduates who are looking for employment after graduation, what do they need to prepare? So for example, when you are looking for a new job directly after you finish graduation, is there anything that you need to, you know, prepare yourself for?
Okay, so I mean, number one is that they work hard on their exams and they make sure that they can get the best grade possible. That's what I would focus on first of all, is just making sure that you're getting the best degree that you can and getting all that experience. Make it known to your lecturers that you're seeking a job and the area you're seeking a job in. Again, they might know might know some relevant people seeking someone. As well as that, ask for letters of recommendation, ask for references from your lecturers as well. They are going to have worked with you directly, and any industry experience you have. So not alone do students do their placement year in year 3, where they should absolutely ask for a reference letter, but they also get a lot of direct industry experience as part of their projects as well. And just to be sure to highlight any of that as on their resume, on their CV, any industry experience that they might have, and all of the practical experience and training that they have, you know, done as part of their course. But yeah, it's about, you know, putting yourself out there, making yourself known to the careers office, to the lecturers, just to the general industry, reaching out to the person you did your placement with, letting them know, I'm graduating soon. If any opportunities do come up, I'm very much interested. it's just very much about that they need to let it be known that they're graduating and that they are seeking a job. And look, once you do that, then it can help the opportunities come back to you then.
Right. Thank you very much, Miss Karen, and also Miss Yeni for introducing us to LIT and answering our questions. We very appreciate it. So this is the end of our Q&A session.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And anyone who does have any more questions, please reach out to Yeni on her email address. So yeni@educationireland.my. Yeni is amazing and help through the entire process of coming to LIT. Thank you very much, everyone.
All right. Thank you very much. So for those in the audience, I would also like to remind you that this EHEF 2020 will hold virtual fair on Friday and Saturday, where you can consult directly with the university representatives, and you can access the virtual fair through event.ehef.id. And again, thank you, Ms. Karen and Ms. Yeni. Just a reminder, everyone, you can connect with Ms. Yeni through email at yeni@educationireland.my. Thank you very much, everyone, for participating and watching, and see you in our next session with Dundalk Institute of Technology.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Hello, welcome to EHEF Indonesia 2020 Goes Online. This is University Webinar Series. My name is Puji, and I am going to be moderating this webinar. This webinar is going to be presented by Dundalk Institute of Technology. Hello, we have Mostly
Hi.
here with us. Hello.
Yes, hi.
All right, glad to finally see you. Welcome.
Great.
Would you like to introduce yourself to the audience?
Yeah, sure. Hi, my name is Mostly. I'm actually from also a graduate from the Dundalk Institute of Technology. So I'm actually the Southeast Asia Regional Manager of DKIT here. So I will be also managing the different recruitment activities as well as different student promotional events for DKIT in the region. So yeah, good to be here. Thank you for having me.
Right, thank you very much. And for the audience, please stay tuned until the end of the webinar because we will hold a Q&A session. If you have any questions about the presentation or anything related to Ireland's higher education, you can submit your questions in the YouTube live chat section anytime throughout the presentation. And now please welcome Mr. Mosley from Dundalk Institute of Technology.
Hello. Hi everyone. So I'm going to be presenting DKIT to all of you. So I'm the Southeast Asia Regional Manager, as I mentioned before. And without further ado, let's get into it. So here we are. This is why study in Ireland. I will be talking about the outline here. So I'll be briefly talking about why study in Ireland, since we also have been, since some of our previous presenters have talked about a bit about why study in Ireland. And we'll also be talking about the employment opportunities, why should you study in Dundalk, what are the course offer, what we have to offer, the tuition fee, scholarship, accommodation options, and at the end for a Q&A. So let's begin. Now, there are many benefits of studying in Ireland, so I'll briefly go through this. One of them is because we have one of the top education system in the world, actually top 10, and because of that, our qualification is internationally recognized. So wherever you go, the qualification is always recognized, and students can also work part-time, 20 hours during academic period, and also 40 hours during the holidays or summer break. So the minimum wage is 10 euros and 10 cents per hour. That also applies to students working part-time. And the starting salary for most students once they graduate from the programs is 35,000 euros per year. Ireland is a very unique country. We have our own Irish language and also our own culture. But English is still the official language of the country. And it is also, because of that, it is also the only English-speaking country in the Eurozone, because Brexit left. And also one of the main highlight is Ireland has the graduate visa, post-study graduate visa for students. Those who completed the honors degree program will be entitled to 12 months of graduate visa to stay in Ireland to work or to look for jobs. And those who graduated with a master's degree program, they can stay up to 24 months, which is 2 years in Ireland to look for a job and also to travel around Europe. So here, where are we? So Ireland is actually, you can see here, situated between two large continents. Because of our currency that we are using euros and the language that we speak is in English. So a lot of different investors from the America and also from Europe and also Asia would invest in Ireland as a stepping stone to go to target different to target different market in the different continent. Therefore, because of this, a lot of employer coming into Ireland, a lot of job opportunities also be available for students when they graduate. Now, these are just to show you some of the skills shortages in Ireland. So these are some of the skills, these are some of the sectors that once students graduated from, they will have a really good job prospect when they finish the degree or their studies. So IT is one of them. It's very, very in demand. Students who study in IT, you almost 99% guarantee that you'll get a job. Students who completed their engineering program, you could also get a job very, very easily. Financial sector is always in demand. Media and design sector is commonly booming because everything is going online. Health and sciences in this program, Ireland has been one of the main largest provider in the world for pharmaceutical products. So our health and sciences is always in demand for graduates to work in. And lastly is the international commerce, because with international employer coming in, we will need international students to international employee to facilitate the demand. Now, let's get into DKIT. Without further ado, let me just play the clip for you and you have a look. Oh, strange. Okay. There you go. So that is the end of the clip. Hope you guys could understand the English. So I have been heard that some of my friends or me personally, when I go to Ireland, sometimes the people say that, I mean, the people when they're speaking English, they will have a little bit of the accent. I think it's no problem at all. It's one of those the places where if you can get used to the Irish English, you can get used to all the English in the world because they have the, you know, they call it a bit of an accent, but it's not a problem. For me, I use 1 month to get used to it, but some of my friends got used to it like 1 week or 2 weeks. So it is not a problem. Just a little fun fact of sharing. So now DKIT, we are established in 1970. So our campus, we have about 5,000 students and 10% of the students are international students, which is like you and I, we come from different parts of the world. And we have 500 staff and 65% of our staff are academics. So they are researchers, professors, and also tutors. We have more than 70 programs in bachelor's degree and also master's program. And our campus is about 90 hectares and also 36 hectare site. So we have all of our programs come from different schools, mainly from schools of informatics and creative arts, School of Health and Science, School of Engineering, and also School of Business and Humanities. As you can see here, this is the aerial view of DKIT. This is the campus. And yeah, so you can see here we have a different facility built and for different studies. So for example, if you look at number 10, that is for the nursing. At number 4, there will be engineering. Number 1 will be business. And number 6 will be the hospitality and also social sciences. And also one of the unique thing is you can see at number 4 is the student accommodation, but next to it, you will see that there is actually a wind turbine. Dundalk is actually one of the only campus in Ireland to have a fully functioning wind turbine in Ireland. So worth noting, it is also for students to use. So students who are doing engineering, they would collect data with the wind turbine, and also the wind turbine is actually generating about 50% of all the energy consumptions of the campus. Now, where are we? So DKIT, we are located here in Ireland next to the UK, and we are just 1 hour away from Dublin, which is the capital city of Ireland. And we are actually located between 2 big cities, Belfast and Dublin. And we are situated in a little town called Dundalk. Well, actually, Dundalk is the 2nd largest town in Ireland. So the government service is fully functional. We have a lot of different industry present. The transportation is well established. There are different genres of different retails available in Ireland. And most importantly, there's education, even like DKIT. So it is very easy access. So if you are coming from Indonesia, once you land in Dublin International Airport, you can travel directly from the airport to Dundalk without any transit or without any changing the bus stops. And like I mentioned before, we are situated between Dublin and Belfast. Both are just 1 hour away. And the quality of life in Dundalk is very safe and very friendly. And the cost of living, especially in Dundalk, is very, very cost effective. You only need to spend 20 euros it covers your breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It's very, very affordable, provided you also need to learn how to cook. And lastly Dundalk is actually internationally recognized as a cluster for financial services, technologies, engineering, life sciences, and also food manufacturing. Just some of the example you see here is Heinz, which is one of the most popular food producing company. PayPal, one of the very popular online finance services company. WuXi Biologic is one of the pharmaceutical giants provider in China. They are finishing up the factory, completing within these couple of years in Dundalk, which once it's completed, it will be a huge benefit for students where they will look for jobs. And Warner Chocolate, which is also a pharmaceutical factories in Dundalk. Now, in Dundalk, we have more than 70 programs in master's and degree. So this is just one of the highlights that we have. We have in business and humanities. In the School of Business and Humanities, we have business, accounting and finance, humanities, and also hospitality. In School of Engineering, we have in areas of civil engineering, mechanical engineering, electrical, and also constructions. For the School of Health and Sciences, we have early childhood studies, pharmaceutical and bioscience, agricultural, and also veterinary nursing in this area. And for the School of Informatics and Creative Arts, computing is one of the very popular ones. We also have musics and also a different creative media courses program. So other than the program, we also have different masters in different schools. So in the business school, we have a Master of MBS in Entrepreneurship and Marketing. And also Master of Science in Leadership and Management. For computing, we have Master of Science in Data Analytics and Computing. In School of Engineering, we have Renewable Energy System and also Masters in Wind, Marine, Bio, Solar Energies. For sciences, we have Agricultural Science and Biotechnology. And for music, we have Masters in Music Technology and also Traditional Music Studies. So there are different pathways that you can come into Dundalk. We have foundation programs where students, if they completed only 11 years of education, or if they have a bit weaker result on their last year of high school, they can come in for our foundation programs. And if they wanted to have a better English before starting into our degree program, they can also come for our pre-sessional English program. Once students completed their high school educations or 12 years of education, they can come directly into our undergraduate programs. Our bachelor's degree, ordinary degree is 3 years, and honors degree are 4 years with some exceptions. Some of our honors degrees such as accounting and also Bachelor of Business is only 3 years. And students with a degree program, they can also come into our master's program, and we have options for thought and research masters. And after that, they can also progress into our doctoral research program. Students with a diploma, they can also come in. We will do the transcript assessment and see if students can come into either second year or third year. So just a little bit on the statistics. DKIT, our graduate, 95% of them found employment or further educations, and 73% of them found permanent contracts, which is like a permanent job. 91% of them found it in Ireland, and 93% found it in the region, in the Dundalk region, because we are situated between Dublin and Belfast. So between Dublin, Dundalk, and also Belfast, these are the areas where most of our students, when they graduate and found employment. Now, our students come from over 35 different countries. So we also have a very good numbers of Indonesian students studying in DKIT as well. So when you're studying in DKIT, you'll see that you'll meet maybe your classmate could come from a lot of different countries as well. So it is a very diverse environment. So we have a very good services in the campus for students. So we have an on-campus bank. Students, when they register with DKIT, once they arrive in DKIT, they can open a bank account in the campus already. We have a very decent size library. It is just on the first floor of the entrance. We have a theater where students, if students want to attend some of the theater or play by our art students, they can also go to it. It's free of charge most of the time. We have over 60 sports and societies in our campus. Our sports facility is very modern, and we have a very also decent size of a sports facility. And we have also, if students are feeling the need to drink coffee, we have Costa and also Starbucks, and also restaurant as well if they're feeling hungry on campus. So here are the supports that we can give for students when they study in DKIT. If students are looking for placement or internship or even graduated, they want to look for a job, so we have a career and placement officer that could help them. If they're feeling sick, you want to look for a doctor, we have health unit in campus where they can also look after you. We also have counseling services for students who want to look for someone to talk to for their own issues or mental issues. And if students are wanting some support on their academics, we also have a learning and development center where they can help them, especially in the areas of English and mathematics. We also have disability services for students who needed mobility support. And most importantly, we have our international officers. We are a dedicated team to facilitate students' life transition or students' transitions into Ireland, especially in DKIT and Dundalk. So if you need a visa inquiry, accommodations, or renewal of your permit or anything, our international officer is there to support students. Now, one of our most prestigious facility is our sports center. We have a world-class gym with one of the most diverse utilities and equipment in the gym. We also have an indoor swimming pool as well as a sauna and jacuzzi. So if students wanted to work out, sweat it out, or just chill after a long day of study, they can go to the sports center and be benefited from this. And the beauty of this is that students do not need to pay extra for this service because they already paid it for the facility along their tuition fee. So there's no extra charge for this. Now, for the starting date, we have it in January, June, and September. And only for foundations, we have it in these 3 intakes, January, June, and September. All of our degree programs or undergraduate starts in September. And for our master's degree, some of them starting in January, but most of them starts in September. We also have pre-sessional English that starts in January and June for students who need some language support before starting the degree. Now, one of the most attractive benefits of study in DKIT is, I would say, is the scholarship scheme that we have. Instead of providing a full 100% scholarship for your degree program, we would provide you a really good free accommodation program. So if you're coming in for our first year of bachelor degree, we could provide you with free accommodations for your entire degree program. So from year 1 until year 4, if your degree program is 4 years, for 4 years, you don't need to pay for your accommodations. So we provide you with free accommodations. And also for Indonesian students, we could provide you also another 1,000 euro as a financial aid for your degree program every year, and also for your master's program if you progress on a master's program with us. And we also provide academic merits for students who have achieved 75% in their high school final results, in their GPA, 75%. And if you can maintain for that, every year you will be benefited for 1,000 euros as an academic merits scholarship. If students are coming in, if they want to come in to get used to the language in Dundalk, you can also come for our pre-sessional English. For IELTS, we have if you can get up to 5.5 in your IELTS, we can give you a scholarship of 500 euros. And if you're coming in with a 6.0 IELTS score, we could provide you with a 1,000 euro scholarship for our pre-sessional English, which is 50%. All students who are interested in civil engineering, construction management, and architectural technology, you will automatically have a financial aid or scholarship of 3,000 euros. And if you progress for the add-on 1 year for level 8 in construction management or architectural technology, you will also get another 2,000 euros scholarships. So for our tuition fee is 2,000 euros for pre-sessional English program. And for our foundation is 7,250 euros 1 academic year. And every year for the undergraduate programs, we charge the fees is 9,950 euros, and for the master's program is 12,000 euros. This is all before the scholarships reduction. So for accommodations, students can come into, students can live anywhere they want to. They can also choose to live in our resident hall, either on campus or off campus, which the difference is about 10 to 20 minutes. It's not too far away. Students can also choose to live in private house or rental. It is available close to the campus. If you need help, our international officer can also look for accommodation for you. If you want to live with the Irish family, our international officer can also help you to look for the Irish family who are waiting to welcome international students into their home. And for all of this, we have a dedicated, like I mentioned before, we have a dedicated accommodation officer in DKIT, part of the international team, to help you in making the appointments or making the accommodation booking before you arrive in Dundalk. So when you come to Dundalk, you already have a place to stay. So there's no worries about that. And one of the beauty of it is that living in Dundalk, compared to Dublin, which is a big city, you can save up to potentially 50% on your accommodation fees. Now, just to recap why international students choose to study in DKIT. So we are really centrally located. We are only 1 hour away from Dublin and Belfast. Free accommodation is available for students coming in for the first year degree, scholarship, and also plus scholarship. We also have internship and or work placement programs built into our programs. We have a career and placement officer for support. Our class size is small. Unlike universities, we are very close personal to the lecturers and also to the tutors. So the academics would know how you're doing, how you're progressing. We also refer to each other by our first name. We have state-of-the-art sport campus. The programs that we have are all problem solving, critical thinking, and also team working based. So you have all these soft skills trained to you. So we have fantastic link to the industry. You won't have to worry too much about the accommodations. The environment is safe and welcoming. We have multinationals, employers in the region. Accommodation is really affordable, and airport pickup services. So final notes, if you can also follow me or DKIT in our different social media platform, in Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and also YouTube. You can follow DKIT SEA for our regional content. Our official representative is Yenny from MAC. So this is the contact for Yenny. Yenny, you want to say a few words?
Thank you, Mosley. Okay, I've been sending the students, Indonesian students, to Dundalk Institute of Technology since 8 years ago. And a lot of students have been successful, graduated from there. And a lot of them are working in Ireland as well, especially for the computer major and as well as for the design major. It's very famous in Dundalk. Yeah, for the entry requirements, maybe mostly already mentioned that from grade 12 student, they are eligible to enter into the first year program for undergraduate, and the minimum of entry requirements and get the accommodation scholarship will be the average of 75 from your high school result, and your IELTS must be 6.0. And yes, don't worry, I will help you from 0 until you arrive in Dundalk. I can arrange everything. Feel free to contact me and I will explain and give you the details, what kind of documents you need to submit. And yeah, currently a lot of students come from, like Canisius School and St. Ursula School and other school as well in Jakarta and also out of Jakarta. So yeah, they're very happy, and they mix with, from others country as well to become friends, best friend. And yeah, maybe mostly you were a student as well from Dundalk, so you feel very great, right?
Yep, incredible.
Okay, so yeah, so please contact me. I will give you the link let's say if you need some advice, which is if you are interested for this major, so how long you're gonna study and what is the entry requirements and you know what is the subjects and everything, I will help you to get the link. And once you confirm, you can apply. I can help you everything and until the visa processing and until you arrive in Dondok as well. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Yanni. Yanni has been very helpful with us, and students sent from Yanni is always incredible. So if you need anything, especially for visas and all the different official documents, Yanni will be a very good support for us as well. So
yeah, thank you. So
last, I would like to say terima kasih.
Yes.
And that will sums up my presentations. Thank you everyone for listening, and hope you have some interesting questions for me. So let's see, do we have any? Yep.
Yeah. Okay, hello. Right, thank you very much, Mr. Mosley and Ms. Yanni, for your presentation and for introducing us to the KAT and how to study there. So let's begin with our Q&A session. Our first question is about registration. Someone from the audience is interested in bachelor studies in computing and games development, and they would like to hear more about your laboratory or games facility and if there's any link with game industry.
Sure, no problem. So we have a dedicated building for the computing and also related studies. So our game development, our game development program has been quite competitive and also quite tough, because I have also personally have some friends who was doing the degree, and also they have some pretty competitive time amongst their peers in developing a very competitive games and also attending competition and stuff. So yeah, it is very, I would say our facility is very well-rounded also in preparing students for this program. And it really pushes students to the limit, because right now the gaming industry has been booming, and especially with the esports and different areas of the gaming industry itself has been huge market. So for us, how we can build up the link is that because we have a different regional, we have a career officer who can help you to look for the different links. And at the moment, because of the different competition that students itself goes to, they actually build up the link themselves, as well as we have a gaming society in DKIT. That is also where they actually share their passion with the different peers. And most of the time, because of the peers look after each other, so they have a pretty good links among themselves to help them out look for jobs after they graduate. I would say most of them found jobs in indie game development, because they already have the skill. They already know how to make a very good game better than the big names developer. So what you expect you might expect it could be quite hard to get into big names, but there are indie games, even app games, mobile app games. They will also look for these kind of students. So the opportunity is definitely there. So how we can help is that we help you to build into the link. And that's how you can flourish. How you can develop the link, it's all on your how creative you are, and also how good you are in your strength.
Right, thank you.
Maybe I can add.
Yes, please.
Okay, I have a student just graduated. He comes from Solo, and a major in games development. And just recently he works with Ericsson. So it's graduated from Dondok and major in games development. So you don't have to worry about that, as long as you have a very good result, and maybe you just close with your lectures, and you can join the career center in Dondok. So yeah, quite easily to get a job over there.
And also for the careers, there's always an annual Grad Ireland career fair where students can always participate. We sometimes organize some trip down to Dublin for students to better look at what are the jobs offers. Even before you graduate, your project is good, you have a good portfolio, especially in gaming, you don't have to worry about jobs after you graduate.
Right. Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Mosley and Ms. Yenny, for the answer. We have more question on funding. So, Mr. Mosley, you've mentioned about scholarship opportunities in your presentation, but other than those you've mentioned, do you have any scholarship opportunities available specifically for Indonesian students to study at the KIT?
I mentioned like pretty good scholarships already, like those free accommodation and also all the financial aid. But also like most students, when they come to DKIT, they are registered as a national Irish students. So you are also eligible to apply for the government scholarship if students want to. So there is always the opportunity for students to get different funding opportunities as well by the government. And if students are very sportive, they can also join the competition and get a sports scholarship. This is also very unique in DKIT, but students have to also be very good in sports, be competitive, be a good player in that. So I would say opportunity is definitely there. What we DKIT can provide at the upfront is free accommodation if you come for the first year degree, financial aid, and also academic merits if you can get a 75% and above in your final GPA high school results.
Right.
Yes, it's very good scholarship in Donop. You will get the full scholarship for the accommodation, which is you don't have to pay for your room rental for the entire program, and you just pay for the just tuition fee, and like for the resident permit, and as well as for the electricity. That's it. But for the room rental, you don't have to pay at all. That's why you have to get the very good result, which is 75 and above, and IELTS 6.0. Then you will get the accommodation scholarship.
All right, thank you, Ms. Yenny, for the addition. So another question is on Indonesian high school graduate application process. So if they would like to apply, will they be able to do so using just their degree certificate? And for those with IB or A-level curriculum, can they apply with prediction score?
Yes, they can definitely apply with different education, high school education. Some national qualification we definitely accept. IB we will also accept, and also like A levels definitely we accept it. So most of the time, I mean, most of the application process is pretty straightforward. You send out a result, but for Indonesian students, because you need the visa also support as well before coming to Ireland. That's why our colleague Yenny in Indonesia is based there to support you all the way from Indonesia all the way to graduate in DKIT. So for the visa applications, I will leave that to Yenny, because he would have, I mean, honestly, I think Yenny knows much more, understand the visa process much better than me. And that would definitely, she can definitely help you get all the visa process done. And for the application process, we have a list of documents. I can send it to students if you're interested. You talk to me, talk to Yenny, send it to you. I will send it to you. Prepare all of that, and then we can already start to do the applications.
Right, thank you. So after the Indonesian high school graduate application, we move towards the master's degree. So for master's degree applicants, do they need to include recommendation letters specifically from their employer or former lecturer? And do you allow major changing applicants? Like, for example, if you did not study anything that's technology specific for your undergrad, will you be able to apply for something that's entirely different that's offered in DKIT for your master's degree?
Okay, so I have these questions before. So what I would recommend students is that if you're applying for DKIT, I would say having an employment recommendation letter or your previous lecturer in your high school, in your university would definitely help in your applications, because some of the applications, some of the programs, for example, like computing, data analytics, these programs are very competitive. So we also have a very limited space for students to come in. So if you can have that, it will significantly increase your chances of getting an admission into the program. As for if you are coming in with a different background and you want to get into a different degree, different masters with a different degree background, I would say it will be pretty challenging for you, and it's not most of the time it's pretty hard for students to cope with. especially in some of the business students wanted to go to, like, for example, business program. It is pretty challenging. So what we can help is that we can give you like another program, which is a higher diploma program. So once you get, so for example, if you want to come to our our computing program, regardless of what degree background that you have, you just take 1 year of higher diploma program with us in computing. And once you complete it, you can start to progress or start to commence your master's degree with us in computing. Yeah. So that is one of the pathway for students if they are coming in with a different degree background. If the difference is not too big, like say for example, if you are a computing students and you want to do a master's in data, that wouldn't be too much of a problem. But if you are a problem in if you are students from hospitality, you want to do computing, then definitely you need to do a higher diploma program before coming in for our master's program.
Okay, so would you probably say that it's a case-by-case consideration for major changing applications, or do you need, for example, if people are changing majors, they would need certain duration of certain years of working experience, for example?
It's definitely case by case basis, because not all applications have the same background, and the syllabus might also be different. So if the degree has been, like I mentioned before, it's very significantly different from what they want to do for their master's program, then yes, I would suggest you to do a higher diploma program with us before going into that degree. And let's say if you have worked in an environment, for example, let's say for example you did students from a degree program, once they graduated, they work in IT, for example, IT department where they have been doing it with codes and different stuff of program. Then it might be possible to apply for the master's degree in computing because of your experience. You already know the knowledge, and that's why, and that your recommendation would also help you a lot, because your recommendation letter signifies or attests that you have that experience in that area. Then coming to the master's program, with that, we will be comfortable to do the admission for you. But in all cases, it will be based on case by case.
All right, thank you. So we have one more question. So as the International Day for the People with Disabilities is approaching next week, people might be more keen to be better informed on the matter. You mentioned about DKT's disability service. Would you like to please elaborate more on that?
Sure, no problem. So for disability services, we have a wide range of different, support for the students. Like say, for example, in DKIT, a lot of the different accesses, we have like a lift for students who want to go to the second floor. I will just give you an example of what we have in the campus that could help you. Okay, for example, we also have like toilets. We have a disability toilet with a full set of utilities to help students with disability to ensure their life would be easier in DKIT. We also have counseling support. Some of the disability students might need some of those support. We also have it available for students. So in general, we also do, like, for example, airport pickups. And when you do the application, we will know like if you're disability. Okay, so our pickup services will arrange in like a bus to facilitate you to get into the bus. And when you come over, we'll arrange the accommodation that could also facilitate you on your mobility. And when you come to the campus, the environment itself is already very well built, in the sense that for students or for any individual with disability could access to that. So that is how I could explain it to you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Mosley and Ms. Yenny, for introducing us to the KAT. That is the end of our Q&A session. Just a reminder, you can connect with Ms. Yenny through yenny@educationireland.my for further information. And I would also like to remind the audience of this webinar that EHEF 2020 will hold virtual fair on Friday and Saturday, where you can consult directly with the university representatives. You can access the virtual fair through event.ehef.id. Thank you very much, everyone, for participating and watching, and see you in our next session with University of Southern Denmark.
Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much. Hello, welcome to EHEF Indonesia 2020 Goes Online. This is University Webinar Series. My name is Puji, and I'm going to be moderating this webinar. This webinar is going to be presented by University of Southern Denmark. We have the representative of University of Southern Denmark in the room. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. We have quite a few people right now. Would you like to please introduce yourselves?
Yes, sure. Well, I am Rune Wulf Christensen. I'm the international coordinator from the Faculty of Science, and with me I have my colleague from Faculty of Business and Social Sciences, Julia Tinjakova, and I have Kim Erik Jensen, who is from our admissions office, and I have our student Sofia Madjar, who will do the presentation in a while.
Right, thank you very much for all of you for coming and presenting this webinar. For those of you in the audience, please stay tuned until the end of the webinar session because we will hold a Q&A session. If you have any questions about the presentation or anything related to Denmark's higher education, you can submit your questions in the YouTube live chat section anytime throughout the presentation. And now, please welcome the representative for University of Southern Denmark. Anyone would you like to go first?
Yeah, well, I will introduce. So I am Rune, as I just said. And with me I have Sofia, who is a master student, international master student at our program in computational biomedicine. Today we will tell you about how it is to study in Denmark and what characterizes studying at our university, the University of Southern Denmark. And please ask questions along the way if you have any, but we also have the Q&A session afterwards. Yeah, Sofia, would you take over from here?
Yes, of course. So hi everyone, my name is Sofia and I'm a master student here, and I will start the presentation now. Yes, like this. Okay. Yeah, I hope you can see everything. So yeah, this is the brief introduction about us. Yes, I study, I'm doing my master's in computational biomedicine. So it's a science course, but I'm going to talk about the experience of studying here, not just being a science student. Yes, you can see the map of Denmark. And currently I'm in Odense, in the middle of Denmark. But SDU has campuses all over the country, 6 modern campuses, and with 32,000 students, and quite a few of them, 15% are international, so you won't be alone. And out of the 115 programs, 62 are in English, so you can choose from quite a wide range of programs. And yeah, we will share the links, the useful links later, and which courses are there and how, yeah, about the courses. And yes, the types of programs, the bachelor is the first one. It's 3 years or 3.5 years, depending on which field you want to be in. And then after that, it's the master's, which is 2 years. And then you can choose to take a PhD position, which is 3 years. And what I really like about that, I also have some hopes and dreams of maybe doing a PhD here, is that it's just like a job, so you can easily apply. And because in other countries, in my country, I'm from Hungary, we have to make some more complicated application processes, but here it's, I mean, as easy as applying to a job. You send your CV and your letter, and then you get chosen. So yeah, as I mentioned, there are a lot of courses taught in English, and in all fields you can imagine: business and social sciences, engineering, health sciences, humanities, and natural science. 14 are bachelor's and 48 are master programs you can choose from. So really, that's what I also like. Back home, I had so less opportunities because, for example, I couldn't have studied computational biomedicine as it is. I should have chosen biology and went into and specialize in, but only just in some subjects. So here, I think it's nice that you can really go into specific fields. And yeah, you can see some pictures about our campuses. The one on the right is actually in Onza. This is the engineering building. The left one is Kolding. And there's also a picture of a lab, which I would like to point out and emphasize that the facilities here are quite modern and comfortable. Also, if you work in a lab, you know that you need to have the equipment and the space for you to work, so you don't have to share the bench with a lot of other people. So it's really nice here working and studying because everyone has their own little space, and that's really nice. It makes studying here really comfortable and professional. And more about the study environment. Studying here is different. Even I know you guys are not in Europe, and I came from Europe and I stayed in Europe, but still it was a big shock for me that there is a dialogue going on with the teachers and the students. So it's a very friendly yet professional environment, but it's not strict or rigid. There isn't a hierarchy between the students and the teachers. So it's called a flat hierarchy, and you can really have a conversation with your teachers. It's much easier to go to them about your problems, because it's not like going to someone you should be afraid of or anything. You can just have a friendly conversation with them also about your problems. It's encouraged. It's very, very encouraged to ask your questions yourself. Nobody is what I also experience is nobody is holding your hand, and nobody will ask if you are struggling with anything. If you need help, you have to take that first step, but then you get all the help you need, and that's really nice. Also, the classes are taught in smaller classes, and there are a lot of group work involved, which was also a new thing for me, and I have to say it's better, because you really, of course, when you have to be aware that studying isn't forever. Once you will stop, and then you will go out into the real world, and then join a company, or even if you do your PhD and then join academia, you will work in a group. So the sooner you get used to how to effectively make things happen in a group, the better. So that's really encouraged here. And of course, there is a close cooperation with internationals and local companies, which makes it so that you don't just study something that's so old and out of date, because you see it in practice in the local companies. And also, if you're a business student or someone who would like to find a student job or go and do a project with a company, not in academia, then you have the opportunity to do so. And there is a 24/7 campus access, which is nice. Of course, you can go to the library anytime you want, but also it means that because you have to work a lot in groups, you have a space where you can work uninterrupted. You can book a little room, or you can find a place in the library where you can have your own space, and that's nice. And also, if you want to do it alone for example, we have exams coming up and then you just want to find a space, then that's also a thing, which is, I know, like currently it's with home offices, it's not a thing, but usually I can't really go study at home because I just do something else. So I can alternatively I can come in at university and find my own space. But now I don't have to do it because as a master student, I'm already doing my thesis, and as you can see, I'm in my office, which I share with one other person. So that's also a big plus for me that I have my own desk, and I can always do my work in a nice way. And yes, as I mentioned, now with the COVID thing, everyone is safe. We share. It's only the two of us in a big room. So, and the university does everything for us so we can feel safe and clean with COVID going on. Yeah. Okay. And there is also the international environment. First of all, there are a lot of international students in all campuses. You can see the numbers on the screen, but also most probably you will live in a dorm, and there you share your space with other students, and not just international, but also Danish students, which really helps with integration, with finding Danish friends, and just making your non-studying time more valuable and fun, because you will be really far from home, and you need to find your new family in a way, a community you can be part of. And student organizations are a nice way to do that. We have a student bar, not currently, but usually we have a student bar or sport clubs, fitness center, or other event clubs. There is ESN, which is a student group, or for example, I'm part of a group. We do podcasts, so we talk to other students and teachers alike, and that's also something you can do. And if you're interested in staying or working in Denmark, we have a program called Career in Denmark, which helps you with anything you can imagine, how to enter the job market and how to find that, because it's different. I had to find out that the way you edit and format your CV is different, and the letter of the motivational letter is also a bit different. And there is also the question of, do you need to know Danish or not? Well, you don't have to. You can get by with English, but it's always nice to learn, and you have the opportunity to study Danish in the city, in most cities. I also started studying it because I want to stay first and foremost, but also in just everyday life, it's nice to know the language. That and also the dorms and apartments are close to the campus, so you don't have to be afraid that you have to travel a lot or commute a lot. Also, we always go by bike everywhere. Or if you don't, because for example, the campus in Odense, the one on the pictures, it's like 5 minutes on foot from campus, so you don't even need the bike. And in those dorms and apartments are really nice, and it's also a guaranteed accommodation, which was, for me, was super, because I didn't have to find it myself. I just had to apply, and that's one thing you have to keep in mind, that you have to apply way before you know if you got accepted or not. You apply, you fill out the form and say your preferred qualities, like how many people you want to share your apartment with, things like that. And of course, I think it takes out a big factor of being worried about coming here, because you know that it's going to be taken care of and you won't be scammed or anything, because unfortunately if you don't apply through this service, I've heard about people losing their deposit because they came and then they realized that the apartment they wanted to rent was not actually available, or maybe didn't even exist. So I highly recommend trying to apply through here. And you can see the prices in US dollars. It's a rough estimate. Yeah, that's something you have to keep in mind, that Denmark is a really expensive country. So especially the dorms are, I mean, I wouldn't say pricey, because if you don't live in a student accommodation, it's even more expensive. But yeah, you have to. This is something you have to count with. And here you can see some general outline of the cost of living, the accommodation, the food, and yeah, health insurance is free. But other than that, nothing is. As I mentioned, I bike everywhere, even if the weather isn't the best. And well, here you don't say that the weather isn't good. You say that your clothes are not perfect. So you just have to get dressed, get waterproof coats and pants and shoes. So and for that you need a bicycle. You can rent one or buy one, and of course you have to count with that's an upkeep and everything. And also dining out is like $30, or yeah, soft drinks. There are always some cheaper opportunities. For example, the student bars, student cafes, they offer the same quality of cafes and beers, but cheaper. It's also a nice place for you to hang out and meet people and just, yeah, be together. But yeah, there are ways to save money, but you have to, these are the numbers you have to calculate with. And what can you expect? Well, a strong research-based education, which no matter the field, no matter if you want to go to science or economics or whatever else, it means that you will be able to write your thesis, your bachelor, your master thesis in a very well-prepared group, and in themes or topics you can just imagine, because there's a lot of research going on here. So it, yeah, for me that was also really nice that I could just email a professor and told him that, hey, I would like to study Python and something with that. And he offered me a lot of opportunities, and I could just choose. Or yeah, I could have gone to the hospital as well. So there's a lot of opportunities. There are also because, yeah, back home there's not always enough spaces in the study, like in research. So you really have to find your way and find a group that has openings. But here most groups have openings and are really, really happy to have you there. So that's a definite plus. And yeah, as I mentioned, international environment, but still you can find Danish friends and Danish connections, which is also a plus. Like, we are here in Denmark, that doesn't mean you don't want to hang out with Danish people, and they're also really nice and welcoming. And yeah, the study environment is definitely really, really nice. The offices, the everything that goes on with studying, with the help you get, the counseling, it's a definite plus. And yeah, there is a great focus on supporting the students, which means that you can, if you have some problems with from time management to you don't know what you want to be when you grow up, you can just find student counseling and they will help you. Or they also, I know that they also help with visa problems, or really anything you can experience. So that's a definite plus. And yeah, these are the ugly truth. The truth is that you have to pay tuition for the different programs, and you can see here a general overview. It also depends on what you want to study. But I think if you look it up on our webpage, you can find more information about this, or maybe even in the chat, someone will help you with the exact numbers. But these are what you have to count with. Yeah. And no. And the application, you can see here the dates. You need the transcript and a language, English language environment requirement. That's you can choose any of the really big international language exams. Personally, I would definitely recommend IELTS, because for me, for my personal taste, that was the easiest. And yeah, it's also an exam where you cannot fail. You get a point, and that just has to be bigger than 6.5. So that's really nice. And of course, maybe some other documents you need, but everything is you can find every information about that on the website, or now the moderators will help you if you have direct questions about the documents. Yeah, this was it. You can see some information and our contact information if in the future you would like to contact us. So that was it. Thank you for paying attention to me.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Sofia, for your presentation. Does anyone want to add anything?
No, I think Sophia covered it pretty good. I have just one question, Sophia, about studying Denmark. What has sort of surprised you the most by coming to Denmark to study?
Well, definitely the study environment that I was really used to. That when even if we had a practical class, I had a teacher and they were standing in front of the blackboard and explaining things, even writing the calculations. And then they asked, "Do you have any questions?" And then we moved on. Here, there is no such thing. They tell you what problems to solve, and then you start on your own. And if you get stuck, they will help. But they really teach you to do that first step, that you have to be independent in thinking and also in doing everything. As I said, that yeah, whenever I have a problem, I have to be the one to tell that problem, to ask the question. And that really helped me to grow up. Even I wasn't that young when I came, but in a way that I had to be more independent in thinking and in action. That was most surprising, but it was a good surprise. Shocking, but a good one.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Renan, do you want to add anything?
No. I just wanted to say that we can have questions, whatever.
All right. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Runa and Ms. Sophia, for your insightful introduction to SDU and how to study there. Now let's begin with Q&A session. We already have a few questions from the audience. There's this particular theme that comes up again and again, and it's about funding. So the first question on funding is about the scholarship opportunities or tuition waiver that's available for Indonesian students to study at SDU for both for all levels, like bachelor, master's, and PhD.
Well, I can answer that. We do have a few scholarships, not too many, but we have some, but they are all dedicated to engineering programs. So it's only for engineering students. That goes for master programs. For PhD, as Sophia mentioned, you can say that all PhD programs are covered by scholarships because they are actually considered as a research job in Denmark. So you are actually hired for a PhD. So for PhDs, there wouldn't be a problem. But master students, we only have scholarships for engineering.
All right. So in relation to that, somebody else from the audience asked that in the website it is said that Danish government scholarship can only be applied for the masters in mechatronics and electronics for non-EU/EEA students. Any chance of waive tuition for non-EU/EE pursuing any majors outside of that?
Right now, it's only possible to use the scholarships for those two programs. Yeah.
Right, noted. Thank you very much. Right. So other questions are about registration. So in SDU, you welcome students for all level of higher education, from bachelor's to PhD. I'd like to elaborate more on the bachelor's degree. So for Indonesian high school graduates, can they apply to bachelor degree programs with their degree certificate or their national final exam results? And for those with IB or A-level international curriculums, can they apply with their prediction scores?
Well, we do accept all recognized degrees, also high school and secondary school degrees. So yes, of course they can. The deadline is 15th of March, so you have to apply quite early. And if you haven't finished your high school by then you can apply and get a conditional offer. But we do recognize all degrees from all over the world.
I see. And what about the prediction score for IB or A-level curriculums?
It's actually quite seldom that we look at the grades in Denmark. It has to do with I think the academic culture in Denmark. So we don't use grades as an indicator for admitting people. It's only in a few programs where we actually use grades. So grades are not that important in Denmark.
That's actually very encouraging to hear, because some people might be intimidated by the idea that studying abroad and studying in English, something that's not your mother tongue and pretty much half the world away, it could be a little bit concerning for some people. But knowing this point that it's not really much of a matter, and scores can hopefully be encouraging for them to apply to SDU.
Yeah, well, we are a small country, and that actually means that both in the school system, but also in the job market, we can't afford only to look at grades and scores, because that in Denmark we don't believe that it says everything about a person. So in Denmark, it matters more what you know and who you are and your competencies than what your grades are. Yeah, it's a big difference, I know.
Yeah, I think it's more of an incentive for people to be interested in studying in Denmark. And after bachelor's, let's discuss a little bit more on master's degree applications. Do applicants need to include recommendation from their employer or former lecturer? Because for some people it might not be possible to ask for recommendation for either of them.
Yeah, we don't use that in the Danish system. So we will only look at their bachelor diploma and see if they have the competencies right for entering a program. So in a few programs will also ask for a motivation letter, but that would be pretty much it. We don't use recommendation letters.
Right. Do you also allow major changing application? For example, if someone had non-engineering background from their bachelor degree, but let's just say they have certain years of experience doing engineering-related job, and they want to study engineering-related subject, would that be not at all possible, or do you consider that as a case-by-case basis?
Well, it's actually hard to change direction in the Danish system because we will look at the bachelor diploma, and we're not in the Danish system allowed to look at work experience when we admit people into master programs. So it can actually be hard to change. We do have a few cross-disciplinary master programs where you can enter with different backgrounds, but in general, it's quite hard to change direction.
I see. All right. We have covered the questions on funding and registration so far. So we'll discuss the exciting part of studying overseas, which would be life as an international student. So how is the first months for international students at SDU going to be like in terms of common challenges, things to adapt with, and how to get used to the education system?
Well, I think, should I answer this? Or?
Yeah, sure, definitely.
So, definitely the first, they always say that the first winter is the hardest because, yeah, you have to get used to the weather, that it's always windy, it can rain any time of the day, and of course that you are so far away from home. But this is just something you have to prepare, that yes, it's gonna be hard, and this is what's gonna happen also, that the winter is so dark. That's something, but I think in my experience, if you just prepare for that, and then you know that, yeah, of course, there's gonna be some social events, so you go and then you talk with the other internationals and say, oh my god, it's raining again, and you just discuss your problems, or you say, yeah, you have to be open about this. But definitely it's gonna be a bit hard mentally. Like, for example, for me, it was a really hard masters. So the first few weeks, I was so in shock, both culturally and both in terms of education. But you can get through it if you join some groups. For example, you can volunteer at a student cafe, and there immediately you are part of a group, and you have social events, you have social dinners, or they also organize a lot of events. So I think I would also tell new students that when you come, just be outgoing and really go to these events. They're also free, so you don't have to, you have to maybe drink a beer or a soda there, but definitely not have to, it's not like a concert ticket. So yeah, I think that's what you should be aware of, that it's going to be hard and dark and rainy, but with other people, you can used to it. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Ms. Sophia, for sharing your experience. I believe that this is that you are already entering winter right now in Denmark.
Oh yeah, yes.
And I believe this is not your first winter anymore.
Oh yes, I've been here for more than a year. I came last August, but also I took winter because well, pretty quickly it turns winter in a way that September is also more wet and colder than the one I'm used to in Hungary. So that's why I always start out with winter, because it gets winter pretty quickly, but there is no snow. And also for me that was surprising, that it gets darker and there's a lot of rain and everything, but then it's constant, so it doesn't really change. Maybe in December it gets darker, yes, but not colder. There is no rain, and there's no snow or freeze, ice or anything, yeah, frost. But yeah, and it's always, if it's not raining, it's just something falling from the sky. It's just wet. But then when it's like sunny, it's pretty beautiful. And then people go outside, even like during this I was at uni, and then we go outside and have lunch outside, because you have to make use of that limited amount of sunshine. Yeah.
Sounds exciting. Thank you very much for sharing your experience. Well, now that it's not your first winter anymore, is there anything that you wish you could do differently? Like, what kind of things that you wish you could prepare yourself better? So for those aspiring students could learn from your experience.
I would definitely go out more. Not in a way of partying or anything, just do more social things, even more. I tried, and I tried to really go out as often as I could. But even, with lockdown and everything, I would say go out even more and meet even more people, join more social events. Because as I mentioned, yeah, we have this student cafe, and they had something planned every other day. They had social dances, or there's a Friday science, I'm
yeah.
whatever it's called, EHEF, and they have a scientific like a lecture, but it's really very informal, and also it's with beer. Yeah, it's science and beer. Yeah, it's called science and beers, and then you listen to science, but you drink beer, and that was also something that surprised me. That sometimes there is social events at university, and then you drink beer with the teachers. That was a shock. But I mean, the people don't get drunk, so it's not like a bar, like a pub. But yeah, it's more part of the culture that you go out and you drink one beer, and yeah, even if it's science or like study related. But yeah, I would do that more, and very less. I would definitely very less about I don't know, like I vary a lot, so I would say people to very less. And of course, there is a possibility to find work even as a non-EU citizen. And I was worried about not finding a student job, but then eventually everyone finds something. So yeah, and then also to give time, because it won't happen in a week that you get used to the Danish culture, the Danish way of studying or anything, and really just be patient, because it can take even months, not just weeks.
Right. Well, that's certainly an interesting way to mingle, and I hope it gives the audience more insight on Danish culture and being a part of it as an international students. And to follow up your points on getting jobs. So what is the job opportunities like after graduation from SDU? Is it, for example, common to have on-campus recruitments, or how can the students or graduates make the most of SDU support to find employment?
Maybe I can answer
Yeah.
that. Yeah, we do support our students as much as we can finding jobs. So we have, as Sophia mentioned in her presentation, we have a Career in Denmark program running for all international students. It's an extracurricular program where you can learn about the Danish job market and get help networking and stuff like that. We also have career counseling, so you can get one-on-one guidance on what to do and which kinds of jobs to apply for. We also have networking events, career fairs and stuff like that on campus. So we do what we can. And yeah, so if you reach out and you get make use of the offers we have, then there's a good opportunity, I would say.
Right. Thank you, everyone, again for your presentation and sharing with us how it's like to be studying at SDU, and for introducing us to the institution as well. That is the end of our Q&A session. Thank you very much for coming and presenting and participating. I would also like to remind the audience of this webinar that EHEF 2020 will hold virtual fair on Friday and Saturday, where you can consult directly with the university representation of your choice. You can access the virtual fair through event.ehef.id. Thank you for watching. Thank you very much, everyone, and we'll see you in our next session. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hello. Uh, Good evening. Welcome to EHEF Indonesia 2020 Goes Online. This is University Webinar Series. My name is Puji, and I'm going to be moderating this webinar. This webinar is going to be presented by Institute of Technology, Carlo. Hello, welcome.
Hello. Thanks so much for hosting today.
My pleasure. So would you like to introduce yourself to the audience, please?
Yes, my name is Rachel. I work at the International Office at Institute of Technology, Carlo. That's located in Southeast Ireland, just about 1 hour from Dublin.
Right. Thank you very much. For those in the audience, please stay tuned until the end of the webinar because we will hold a Q&A session. If you have any questions about the presentation or anything related to Ireland's higher education, you can submit your questions in the YouTube live chat section anytime throughout the presentation. And now please welcome Ms. Rachel from Institute of Technology, Carlo.
Thank you. So I'm going to start off by sharing my screen and we'll take the presentation from there. Just give me 1 second. And here we are. Yes. So as I mentioned, Institute of Technology Carlo is one of 11 universities in the Republic of Ireland, or sorry, 11 institutes of technology in the Republic of Ireland. We are soon to become a technological university. So we will be joining together with WIT, Waterford Institute of Technology, to become the Technological University of Southeast Ireland. And this will be happening in the next year or two. So this is a picture of Carlow Town. Carlow is a small town. There's about 40,000 people living here. The institute is a very big part of the life of the town and is located just on the edge. You can't actually see it in this picture, but what you can see here in the bottom close to the ruined castle is that's where I live, and it takes me about 10 minutes on foot to reach the campus every day. So most of our international students live in the town centre. There's a variety of accommodation options. And one of the great things about choosing Carlow for higher education is that you won't need a transport budget. You will be able to walk, and some students also get bicycles and cycle, but there's no public transport within the town because of its small, compact size. So I'm going to show you a little video here. Just going to plug out my headset so that you can hear the sound. So I will be back with you when the video is over.
Institute of Technology Carlow is a leading university-level institution situated in the southeast region of Ireland in northwest Europe. With a population of almost 5 million, Ireland is a young and vibrant country with a highly educated workforce. As an English-speaking EU member state, Ireland holds strong economic and social links with the USA and the United Kingdom and has attracted many of the world's leading high-performance companies to its shores. Dublin, Ireland's capital city, is fast becoming known as the Silicon Valley of Europe. Institute of Technology Carlow is located in Carlow, just an hour from Dublin, and is home to 8,400 students studying programs in business, humanities, science, computing, sport and engineering, and offers over 80 undergraduate and almost 30 postgraduate programs at master's and doctorate level. The Institute's strong commitment to high-quality research and innovation is evident in its research centres. Graduates of an honours degree from outside of the EU may stay and work in Ireland for 1 year after completing their studies, while those who have completed postgraduate degrees may stay and work in Ireland for up to 2 years. Students here can expect a complete third-level experience that includes opportunities to participate in public showcases, internships and work placements. With over 65 clubs and societies, students also have an opportunity to really get involved in campus life and make many new friends. Our €15 million South Sports Campus will also broaden the extensive sporting facilities available to students. The Institute of Technology Carlow campus is a short walk into Carlow town, where our international students live in a variety of accommodation options. The town offers a superb range of eateries, bars, cinemas and nightlife. Students love the friendly, safe community feel of Carlow town and its easy access to the rest of the country. The OECD ranks Ireland in the top 10 globally for its quality of education, while the Global Peace Index lists Ireland amongst the world's 10 safest countries, making Ireland a great place to study in a safe and friendly environment. Graduates from Institute of Technology Carlow work in multinational companies in Ireland and all over the world. To make the most of the opportunity to study at Institute of Technology Carlow, please contact our international office.
So hopefully you saw something interesting there, and hopefully you had a good sound and good visuals. So moving on, so you can see here in the little inset on the left-hand side, the exact location of Carlow in relation to Dublin. It's important to note that about 40% of the working adults in Carlow commute to work in Dublin every day. So it's within easy reachable distance of the capital. This suits many of our students who choose Carlow for the institute and the program offered. And then even when they graduate, they can choose to stay living here while commuting to work in Dublin. Obviously, there are a lot more job opportunities in Dublin, but the cost of living is also much higher. Another element of enjoyment for all of our international students is the opportunity to use Ireland as a springboard to explore mainland Europe. So from Carlow, you can be at the airport in Dublin within just 1 hour, and then within 1 or 2 hours, you can reach all of the major European capital cities. So it's a really lovely experience to be here for studies and on holiday times to be able to go and explore Europe. So all of the qualifications that are awarded at Institute of Technology Carlow are internationally recognized. So you don't need to worry that you'll come here and study and then your qualification will not be recognized wherever you decide to go to work. We like to call ourselves the Institute of Firsts. So IT Carlow was the first institute of technology in the country to introduce computer games development. We were the first to introduce a common first year into computing and networking, meaning that students, if they're not sure which element of IT they'd like to specialize in, that they can all come in together in year 1, do basic subjects related to computing, and then choose their specialist area of study from the beginning of year 2. We're also the first institute to bring brewing and distilling into the academic space, and this was traditionally done within breweries and distilleries around the country. But now you can get a degree in this at IT Carlow. This has been running here now for the last 3 years. Finally, we are the only institute of technology that offers aerospace engineering, and one of only 2 higher education institutes countrywide who have their own hangar for students who are studying in this area. So, you know, we pride ourselves on our niche courses. That means that the courses are very highly focused on a specific area. And we also pride ourselves greatly on the fact that the education here is very career focused with an emphasis on professionalism and on excellence. So just some information here about the Institute in general. I won't go through each one individually, but you can have a quick glance over it all. Suffice to say that we are not a huge institute. There are around about 7,000 to 8,000 students studying here at the moment. We are the second largest IoT, that's Institute of Technology, in 2020, and that's based on total enrollments. That's the second largest in Ireland. But as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, we will be becoming a technological university soonest. And so, you know, we probably won't enjoy this second largest IoT accolade for too much longer. So there's about 60,000 graduates of IT Carlow to date. We have invested a lot in our campus space in recent years. I'll be showing you a little bit more about that as we move through the presentation, including our new 15 million South Sports Campus and the new Centre for Applied and Health Sciences, which will be soon built, and the new Science and Technology block also, which we're hoping to be moving into by September 2021. So I'll move on there quickly. So these are some programs which are of interest to undergraduate students. So there are 4 main faculties at IT Carlow: the Faculty of Engineering, the Faculty of Science, and the Faculty of Business and Humanities. And within engineering, you'll find programs in electronic engineering, aerospace, civil, mechanical also. Within the Faculty of Science, there's 2 main departments. So you have the Department of Computing and Networking, and that's where you can study things like software development, cybercrime and IT security, game development, creative computing and interactive digital art and design. There's a wide range of programs there, all of which can be viewed on our website or via the prospectus. If there's this information is all available in our booth on the EHEF website as well. So the other side of the Faculty of Science is the Department of Science and Health. And within this faculty, you can study sport and exercise science, sports rehabilitation and athletic therapy, strength and conditioning, and a couple of others as well. And then in the Faculty of Business and Humanities, you'll find a wide range of business-related programs. These programs are also common entry, meaning that you don't have to decide which area of business you want to specialize in when you start in year 1. You can do a common year in year 1, doing common business subjects. That's throughout year 1 and year 2. And then from the beginning of year 3, you choose from one of the specialist areas which are marked here at the bottom of the slide. The vast majority of bachelor degree programs or undergraduate programs at IT Carlow are offered for 3 years. That's the ordinary level bachelor, or 4 years, which is the honors bachelor. There's a very small number of programs which are level 8 honors bachelor degrees, but take only 3 years. And these include media and public relations, early childhood education and care, and there is one other. It's the Bachelor of Arts in Accounting. We also have sports management and coaching programs here. They're the only programs of their kind in Europe. You can specialize in either soccer or rugby. There's also an option for Gaelic sports, but it doesn't usually apply to international students. So these programs are a mix of sports coaching and business management, and these graduates can go on to work within sports clubs, within state sports organizations, etc. And then we look at the level 9 programs. So these are master's programs. We don't have such a wide offering at this level, but you can see here that there's 2 within IT, a couple within business. We have digital marketing, 2 within sports and health, and then 3 within, 2 within humanities, and the final one there is within engineering. So all level 9 master's degree programs are 1 year or 12-month programs. Students begin in September, and they have lecture and exam from September to the end of May. And then they write their dissertation in the summer months of June and July. And then graduation is usually in October. So these programs are made up of 90 credits. That's 60 credits from lecture and exam and 30 credits from the writing of the dissertation. If a student decides they do not want to write the dissertation or the extended project, on most of these programs, they can choose to apply for a postgraduate diploma as an exit award. This is also a level 9 award, but it is important here to be clear that, it is obvious to any prospective employer or anybody like that, that if you signed up for a master's and you graduated with a postgraduate diploma, that you didn't actually fulfill the course requirements as they were laid out at the beginning. So we're going to look at a couple of slides here now, looking at some feedback from individual students. So here we have on the right side, Kirsten, she's from Iowa. You can see that she was studying sports rehabilitation and athletic therapy. This is very similar to physiotherapy, but with a focus more on the rehabilitation of athletes, particularly sports-related injuries. So Kirsten's from a partner university in Iowa in the United States, and that particular program, they have their own partnership with this institute, and students from there can come here and do a semester. Students from here can go there and do a semester. And what she liked about IT Carlow was the knowledgeable lecturers, the fact that they were very approachable, and And she's very excited to share what she learned here with her classmates back home. So this is kind of a common thing that you hear from students at IT Carlow, that they really enjoy the small class sizes and the close relationships that they can build up with their faculty. When you're in a small group, and most of our programs have a limit of around 30 students, this means that you do get a lot of personal attention from the people who are teaching you. On the other side, you'll see Shane. Shane's an Irish student studying product design, and he likes the small campus, the fact that you can get to know people very easily, and the fact that you can build relationships with your peers and with other students very easily too. Then we have Fiona. Fiona's a student of biosciences, and she's talking about the great lab facilities. So all the institutes of technology in Ireland have their history and their roots in preparing professionals for jobs in the engineering and science fields. And over the years, we have added IT technologies to our offering, also business and humanities to our offering, but always kept our eye on those roots, the roots of preparing people for practical professional careers in technical sectors. So, you know, we mentioned already about the small class size here. This has a lot to do with the high practical content in the programs. If students are required to be in a lab for large parts of their program, this means that unless you have enough lab space for 100 students, then you have to keep your class sizes small. So you can see how there's these different elements coming together all of the time to create the experience that students enjoy. So, you know, you will have a high practical content in your program. You will therefore spend a lot of time in labs doing hands-on work. And these labs obviously are very well equipped and very well kitted out. And as we mentioned a little earlier in the presentation also, a new science and technology block is on its way to us also. So here you can see a couple of pictures of our library. So it's spread over 3 floors. The library is a semi-quiet space. So you can go in there to do work at an individual workstation. If you look at the picture on the left, you'll see individual workstations, but you'll also see group working stations. And this is very important for us because your education here will not only be academic. You know, you'll also have a lot of focus on developing your soft skills, how you communicate, how you organize yourself, how you prioritize. You know, these are very important skills in the workplace. And as we're preparing students for employment, you know, it's not enough to only focus on the academics. Focus also has to be put on the soft skills. So from the very beginning of your program here, you will be given group work to do, and you will be given group projects to do, and you will be assessed not only on an individual, but also on a group level. So the library reflects this very well. Here you can see that on the left-hand side, no, on the right-hand side, my apologies, you'll see the Unum Software Development Lab. So Unum are an American company who have been instrumental in helping us to develop our software development program. Unum are an American company who have an industrial presence here in Carlow, and many of our software development graduates go on to work for them. I suppose this is just a good example of the strong links between IT Carlow and industry. If we're preparing students for the workplace, it's important for us that we understand exactly what technical skills and what technical skill set they need to have to be employable in the sector. And so, of course, you know, we want to work with the potential employers of our graduates as much as possible to inform the course content to ensure that what we're producing are work-ready graduates. IT Carlow has a second campus down in Wexford. Wexford is in the southeast on the coast. So it's a much smaller campus. It's still 100% IT Carlow, and it is the home of our School of Art and Design. So down here in Wexford, you can study visual communications and design. You can study a pure art degree. There's a wide range of those types of programs available down there. We also have a brand new master's program down in Wexford, which is the Master of Science in Digital Media with Business Analytics. It's running this year for the first time. So it's an exciting program. There's a lot more to learn about it. Please do reach out to me for further information if you're interested. The good news also is that all programs on the Wexford campus are currently running at a 20% discount for non-EU students. I'll be able to give more specific detail on this in just a moment. So as you can see, I mentioned Wexford is by the sea. So it's a very artistic and creative place. It's the home of the National Opera House and the National Opera Festival, which takes place once a year. And as I mentioned already, it's where you can study visual communications and design at IT Carlow. So students do an industry showcase at the end of every year, presenting their projects to local industry representatives. And that's what you can see happening in the picture on the left-hand side here. So talking about sport is a very important element of student life at IT Carlow. We already talked about the programs that you can study in the area of sport. But even if you're not studying a sport-related program, a huge number of IT Carlow students are involved in sports as extracurricular. So we have the highest rate of participation of any Institute of Technology in Ireland for sports clubs and societies. That means that more of our students are involved in extracurricular activities than any other institute. And this year we were, for the second year running, the top Institute of Technology in Ireland for sport. So if sport is your thing, you're coming to the right place. We have recently invested a large amount of money in our new sports campus, including 6 full-size pitches and an Olympic running track. So on the screen here, this is just a little bit of fun for you. This is one of Ireland's Gaelic sports. You probably haven't seen this before. This sport is called hurling. So there are 2 main Irish Gaelic sports, hurling and Gaelic football. And last year, for the first time, we had our first international student Gaelic football team. So we limited them to football as opposed to hurling. It can take quite a few years to learn how to wield the stick as well as the Irish do. But last year, as I say, we had our first international student Gaelic football team who trained once a week and who went on to compete in an inter-varsity competition with other international students also learning Gaelic sports. This is another one of the clubs and societies. This is the Hill Walking Society. It's extremely popular with international students. Ireland, of course, has a lot of beautiful places to visit, but they can be quite difficult to access if you don't have your own car. So hence the Hill Walking Society is very popular with international students. About once a month or every 6 weeks, the students get put on a bus, taken to a place of beauty from which they can go on a hike. So in this particular picture here, you'll see a variety of students from European countries, Erasmus students. I also see students there from India. I see students there from Canada. I see students there from China. So, you know, there's it's a really popular society with our international students. So speaking of where our students come from, all of the countries that you see on the screen right now, we have at least one student from there. We have larger numbers of students than, of course, from countries like China, India, Canada, the European Union in general. But European Union students tend to come here only for 1 semester or 1 year. Many of our Chinese students come from partner institutes and join us in the last 2 years of the undergraduate degree. Canadian students join us for the last year of their undergraduate degree as well. So there's a wide range of students from a wide range of countries accessing programs in a wide range of ways. But you certainly don't need to feel that you will be alone when you're here. There's lots and lots of people of different nationalities living here. Each year in November, we celebrate International Day. So this is a chance for our international students to set up a stand, as you can see here in the pictures, in the main thoroughfare of the campus, and to give the Irish students and the domestic people a bit of an insight into their country. So they can prepare a little bit of food, or they can wear a national dress, or they might perform a song or dance. So it's a great and enjoyable day. And here on the right-hand side, you can see our small but smiling Indonesian population. So there you have 1 student of aerospace engineering, 1 student of software development, and 1 student of, actually 2 students of aerospace engineering and 1 student of software development. Okay, so students always ask me, you know, do we support them in finding jobs when they finish their studies with us? So the first thing to understand is that 96% of our graduates find work within 6 months of completing their program. And how does the Institute support them in this? Well, first of all, postgraduate fairs will happen here. So that means companies will come on campus looking to recruit students directly from programs. This tends to be more relevant to undergraduate students. There's also industry showcases. So for example, the Department of Computing and Networking, every year, their final year students and their master's students who have done a major project display their projects, and the department invite in representatives of various companies, and they can literally shop around there for potential employees. it is not unusual for students to get jobs at these showcases. And then we also have a postgraduate office, and the lady who works in there is responsible for doing three main things for our students and our graduates. Number one, to help them to identify where the jobs are available. Number two, to help them to prepare a CV that will get them an interview. And finally, to prepare for the interview so that hopefully they will be successful there. So it's really your responsibility to figure out how you're going to progress from the institute once you graduate. However, supports are available for you to make sure that you're making the best of what's available to you. So here you can see some of Ireland's top employers. We have really, there's a really wide range of multinational companies who are, based here in Ireland and choosing Ireland as their European base. All graduates of level 8 programs get a 1-year stay back with work visa to stay in Ireland. And all graduates of level 9 programs, they get 2 years to stay and to work here when they graduate. So Ireland has the highest number of international workers of any EU country. And so it's important to understand that when you go to work here in Ireland, you will be working in a multicultural organization, most likely in a multicultural team. So the experience that you get from working with people of other cultures while you're studying will hopefully be very beneficial and stand to you as you progress. So we're just going to have a look at a couple of alumni. I'm conscious of the time, so I don't want to take too long. I do want to leave some time for questions and answers at the end. So I think I'd like to focus particularly on Eric, seeing as Eric is from Indonesia. So Eric graduated in June 19 with a Bachelor of Science Honours in Software Development. All students in the Department of Computing and Networking go on a work placement in year 3. So this term work placement can be used differently in different countries. So a work placement in Ireland is when you go out into the workplace during the academic year, and in exchange for being in the workplace, you get academic credit. So it's not job placement. Yeah, it's not for the end of the program. It's during the program, and it's a required part of the program. So all students in the Department of Computing and Networking and all students in the Department of Business do a work placement in year 3. Eric did his work placement in Teagasc, which is the Irish National Institute for Agricultural Research. What did Eric like about Carlow? You can see the 3 bullet points here. They're things that we've mentioned already: the small class sizes, the high level of personal attention from the lecturers, and the 6-month work placement in year 3. So Eric returned to Institute of Technology after taking 1 year off and returning home to Indonesia. He came back this September, and he's now studying on the Master of Science in Data Science, which is also in the Department of Computing and Networking. So practical information: here are our fees and our living costs. All students are collected from the airport on arrival and transferred to their accommodation in Carlow. You need to be health insured in order to be able to get an Irish residence permit. And immigration processing costs about €300 per year. So these are the approximate costs. Obviously, how much you spend will depend on the kind of choices that you make. And so, you just need to consider that in terms of budgeting. So these are scholarships and discounted courses. So our undergraduates, if they have an IELTS of 7 or above, will be given a €1,000 fee discount. And for postgraduate candidates, they need to have a high mark in their undergraduate as well as a 7 in IELTS. And then we have a further 20% off in the Department of the Built Environment within Engineering, and of course in Wexford as well. So just there at the bottom, you can see that if you are in Wexford or the Department of the Built Environment, you'll be studying undergrad for €8,200 a year and postgrad for €9,200 a year. I'm going to leave this slide up for a little while. I'd like you to please like and follow our social media pages. I use these pages to keep the student body currently here in Carlow updated with what's going on, opportunities for them to socialize, to join in with things, whether they be institute or local community initiatives. So if you are interested in IT Carlow, this is a really nice way to get a good insight into what's happening here in terms of student life. So you can follow us on Instagram at International Carlow IT, and you can follow us or like us on Facebook under Institute of Technology Carlow International. So I'll leave that one up on the screen for now, and I'll invite any questions if there are any questions.
Um, Thank you very much, Ms. Rachel. It was such an insightful introduction to IT Carlo and how to study there. Now we have a few questions. We can start the Q&A session. So the first question, it's a pretty much FAQ. These questions appear again and again. It's about funding. So when it comes to funding, other than those you have mentioned in your presentation, is there any scholarship opportunities or tuition waiver available for Indonesian students to study at IT Carlo for any level of study?
No, so not directly through IT Carlo. There is a scholarship available from the Irish government. It's called the Government of Ireland Scholarship. And this will fund students of master's programs or students in their final year of undergraduate studies. However, the institutes of Ireland have absolutely no control over who those scholarships are awarded to. This program is administered by the Government of Ireland itself. So you can find out about that by searching for the Government of Ireland Scholarship. But otherwise, IT Carlo are the vast majority of our students are self-funding, and we offer the scholarships that I mentioned during the presentation only. So it's just fee discounts as opposed to full cover.
All right. Moving on to registration. So on applications for bachelor degrees, can Indonesian high school graduate apply with their degree certificate or their national exam results? And for those with IB or A-level curriculum, can they apply with their prediction score?
Yes, so what we're looking for undergraduate programs is applicants who have 12 years of full-time education behind them. So during the presentation there, you would have seen a picture of 3 Indonesian students who are undergraduates here at the moment. One of them came out of an international school. To the best of my knowledge, he had an IBDP, which is an international baccalaureate diploma, and he also had the local high school completion exams. So again, to the best of my knowledge, your high school goes to grade 12. So as long as students successfully complete grade 12, they are welcome to enter directly into year 1 of our undergraduate programs. Now, we do understand that the timing is a little bit difficult in Indonesia, if my memory again serves me correctly, that the students may not be getting their final results until kind of July, August time, which can cause some problems with the visa application. But we would ask anybody who's interested in applying for an undergraduate program to go to your school and ask your teacher for predicted scores. So how do they think you will score in the final state exams? And based on those predicted scores, we can make you a conditional offer. And then as long as your scores are close or the same as those predicted scores, then you can submit that final document in July, August, and then apply for the visa then.
I see. So there will be 2 levels of application because you would first be given conditional offer.
That's correct. And then no student may actually move to accept the offer until they have met the condition. So if the condition here is the submission of the actual final grades, then we do have to wait until that document comes through before the student can accept. However, the student will know that they are, conditionally accepted, they can meet the English language requirement. If they need to, they can begin to prepare the visa documentation, etc. Usually we find that this system of predicting scores, that teachers are quite good at doing it. There's not usually a big difference between what the teacher predicts and what the student then actually scores. So we find this process quite dependable, and usually a student is moving forward towards the visa application stage, preparing all of those documents, which can take quite a long time, and then just waiting to submit the final scores before actually activating the process.
Right. Okay, moving on to from there, we have a question on applying for postgraduate degrees. So do applicants need to include a recommendation from the employer or their former lecturer to apply? And do you allow major changing application? Like, for example, if someone had non-engineering background for their bachelor degree, but they've worked in engineering field for quite some time, and then they decided to go studying something that's engineering related for their postgrad. How is that possible, or do you consider that on a case by case basis? How does it work?
Okay, so those are really, really super questions about the postgraduate application in Ireland, because we are quite limited as to what we can offer students. The rule, the hard and fast rule, is that a student must be qualified in the same area with their undergrad degree as they want to study in the master's degree. However, as we know, there can be master's degrees that don't have an undergraduate equivalent. So for example, we offer a Master of Science here in Sports Performance Analysis. And we are 99% certain that there is no undergraduate degree anywhere in the world in sports performance analysis. So how do we manage that? We have something called an RPL form. It's a recognition of prior learning. So if you're applying for a master's and your undergraduate is different, it comes from a different area, what we would ask you to do is to write us a good, strong CV showing the experience that you have in relation to the master's you're applying for, and a statement of purpose explaining why you've chosen the program and how you feel that it will, enhance your career potential moving forward. So I suppose occasionally the hard and fast rule stays fast. So for example, the Master of Business, it's not an unusual program. You can't have a bachelor in mechanical engineering and progress to the Master of Business unless you have a good amount of work experience in the middle that has exposed you to business. So there's two options here. One, you can do what we call a conversion course. That's a higher diploma. It's the same academic level as an honors bachelor degree, okay, as the final year. It's level 8. And when the candidate completes that program, they are eligible to go to level 9 in a new area. So here's an example. Somebody wants to access the Master of Business, but they have an undergrad in mechanical engineering. So they apply to do a higher diploma in business, and there will be specialist areas. It could be a higher diploma in international business, in business management, in marketing. And then they complete that 1-year program, 60 credits, and now they're qualified to level 8 in the area of business too, and they can access the Master of Business. So there are ways to get around the rule, but the rule is most definitely there. So I think the phrase that you use, the case-by-case basis, it's extremely important when we're looking at applications for postgraduate studies. Every student is different and has come via a different route. Every student has a different level of work experience, has a different level of application of the knowledge that they gathered in their undergraduate degree. So I suppose it's really only very strict when a student has just graduated and wants to progress directly to master's. Then absolutely, we need the same area of study. So hopefully that's clear. I know it's not an easy topic.
All right, that's actually pretty encouraging because, once since you as you mentioned before, case by case basis is really the consideration other than the hard and fast rule. So there are opportunities. You just need to adjust it with your personal situations, correct?
That's exactly right. And you just need to contact us and talk to us and tell us. And once we understand where you're coming from and exactly what your background is, then we can assist as much as we can.
I see. So now we'll move on to what seems to be the final question. So what is the job opportunities like after graduation from IT Carlo? Like, for example, is it common to have on-campus recruitment, or how can the students or fresh graduates can make use of IT Carlo's support or link to industries to find employment?
Super. So great question. There's lots of links between IT Carlo and industry. First of all, it's good to point out that, there's small class sizes. So you graduate in a small group. So out in the world, post-graduation, when you're looking for work, or if you indeed begin in a new company, you're not going to meet millions and millions of other IT Carlo graduates. Therefore, when you do meet them, they do tend to have a good connection with each other. And that's definitely feedback that we get from many of our graduates, that they're impressed by the connections that we have in industry and the strong bonds that are created while they're studying here that then move on into the workplace with them. So industry showcases are not unusual here. So that's when the relevant department here at the Institute invite industry representatives onto the campus to see the final projects of graduating students. They could be undergraduate students or master's students. And they then literally get to shop around, they get to meet the students, look at the projects and see, who are the people who are likely to be the the next layer of new employees. And then also there's a graduate office here on campus, and Judy, who works in the graduate office, is responsible for supporting students in finding out where jobs are available, preparing CVs so that they can secure interview, and then also preparing for interview so that they can be successful there. So there's lots and lots of supports. However, I always say very, very loudly, it is the responsibility of each individual student to figure out how they want to progress in their career. And, particularly if they're coming here to study a master's, 1 year goes by very quickly, so you need to have this, what am I going to do next on your mind pretty much from the beginning. And that's something that can't be overstated. Even undergraduates, we have students here who are at the beginning of year 3 are starting to think about the graduate program that they want to do at the end of year 4, so everything is in the preparation. So the more groundwork that's put in, then obviously the more success that is likely.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Rachel, for introducing us to IT Carlo and answering our questions, and especially showing us how students from Indonesia can actually thrive in the university, even though they're studying half the world away, far from home, with a lot of things to adapt to. So thank you very much once again. That is the end of our Q&A session.
Thank you so much.
All right. I would also like to remind the audience of this webinar that EHEF 2020 will hold a virtual fair on Friday and Saturday, where you can consult directly with the university representatives. You can access the virtual fair through event.ehef.id. Thank you for watching, and see you tomorrow.